Kia ora. Good
Kia
morning.
ora. Kia ora, everyone.
Hi,
Good
Ahmed.
morning.
Hello, everyone.
Hey, Marcel, Nate. Hello, everyone. Yeah, so
How you doing,
exciting.
Ahmed?
I'm doing well. Thank you so much. How about you?
Doing well, thank you. Well, I'm really
Nice.
excited like this morning or for the day,
Yes,
really, what we're going to be sharing with the
exactly.
community.
It's
I
a very
think like it's
exciting day.
just like a, well, pretty good like milestone, I think like for the community here in New Zealand.
I agree.
And no, I'm really happy that you came in, Ahmed, just to help us. Yeah, and
Happy to.
wow,
It's really exciting. I'm super happy to be part of this. So
no,
yeah,
that's
super cool.
great. And wow, and for the communities, right? So we're gonna be sharing here like before we have like our sessions starting,
Hmm.
and we're gonna go like and walk through what's gonna
Yep.
happen today, right?
Uh-huh.
It's we're talking about New Zealand, but this is a global Azure, so it's happening
Right.
all of the sessions all around the world. And I would like before like we just come to discuss like the sessions, what's gonna happen today. I'd like just
Hmm.
to mention about like our sponsors, Digital, that's
Hmm.
helping us in the .NET Foundation. I
Thank
think
you.
like it's
Thank
really
you.
important for us to have those sponsors recognized because it feels that like on events like that, to this magnitude, having that sort of support in general, it's challenging. So
I
thank you
agree.
very much.
I
Yeah,
agree. Thank you, .NET Foundation, and thank you, Optic Digital. Yeah, it's really great. Thank you for sponsoring this.
nice. And what we
Cool.
have today, Ahmed,
Nice.
could you just walk us through?
Yeah, so like we have a really exciting set of speakers and talks. So first we have Daniel Scott Transford, our friend, and he's like always supporting us in the community. He's a Microsoft technical consultant or something like that. I'm sorry, Dan, I don't. Yeah, but he's like really good in talking about leading us through large language models and in the AI, and one of the big advocates for that. So he's going to talk to us about LLM ops. And I actually think this is really cool. While people are still figuring out how to use LLM, Microsoft is coming in and us like, this is LLM ops. So they're
Yeah.
not turning it, operationalizing it. That's the word.
Hmm.
And it was like, this is what you do, similar to what they do like in DevOps or SecOps and so on and so forth. So he will be talking to us about LLM ops, and that's really cool. And then we've got Armando who's going to talk to us about how to make sense of AI, machine learning, and OpenAI. We've got Bruno to talk to us about Azure AI versus Power Platform AI Builder, which is a really cool idea because there are multiple AI builders, and he's going to talk to us about the difference. Dylan McCarthy, a good friend of mine as well. He's and yours as well, Marcel.
Yeah.
He's going to talk to us about GitHub Copilot only for developers, and Dylan is really a big advocate of the developer, uh, like making lives of developers easy. Like he's
Hmm.
trying to how to onboard developers, how to make your life easy, and now he's going to talk to us about how to use GitHub Copilot as
Yeah.
a developer, which is super
Yeah.
cool. We also have I believe, Priya. She is a Microsoft employee as well. She's
It's
going
a
to talk to
cloud solutions architect. Yeah, from
Wow, Cloud
Microsoft.
Solution Architect, super cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, so she's going to talk to us about developing secure and reliable CI/CD pipelines for cloud infrastructure deployment, which is super cool. So, like, we moved from the AI themed sessions and talks to a more CI/CD and development talk. We've
Correct.
got
Yeah.
Stu, who's going to talk to us about the really exciting, really popular topic of Azure Verified Modules. Everybody is trying to learn more about it. People trying to contribute, myself, hopefully, very
Hmm.
soon. And then, of course, we've got Marcel, yourself. So
Yeah. Feature
Marcel is going,
flags.
yeah,
Yep.
talk a little bit about what your talk is going to be about.
Well, it's just like a developer view on how to leverage feature flags with Azure Apps
Beautiful,
configuration. Right. So,
nice.
as like you can see, like in the mornings we have AI.
Hmm.
In the afternoon, we have a variety of topics, right?
Development,
DevOps, we have
and
dev, content, data, right?
I
Yeah.
agree. I agree. And then we've got Sahil who's going to talk to us about cost management with Microsoft Fabric. So Microsoft Fabric is really a popular topic now. I think I heard someone say like Satya Nadella is like the Fabric is the biggest like achievement or like the biggest software tool that came since SQL Server, which is like a really big thing. So Fabric is really a hot topic, and everybody wants to learn about it. And finally, we have, of course, Deepak, our friend, who's going to talk to us about the secret of KQL. We've got Louis, Luis, hopefully pronouncing your name correctly, mate. He's going to talk to us about a really interesting topic, which is how to integrate WhatsApp messaging with Azure Communication Service. That is super cool. And of course, again, Fabric with our beloved Indira. She's going to talk to us about Microsoft Fabric end-to-end solution. So we're here for that. Super cool.
Oh yeah, no, that's a really good, great like walkthrough. And so we have
Thank you, man.
11 sessions. 11
Yes,
sessions. It's going to be pretty full on like the day, right? And
yes,
it's going to be like Ahmed and I just emceeing, right? Just helping like the community and enabling like the speakers to come and share like great content.
yes,
So we really like worked really hard like for this to happen. I'd like to mention also that we had like the support like from Rory, Baybrook,
yes,
and also Luke, um, like on
yes.
the uh, organize the
Preparation.
event, right?
Yeah,
Because
reorganizing the events. Yeah,
yeah, so it's been something that's happening like for the past couple of months, just to organize things and get things
nice,
aligned. So it takes
nice.
some time,
Yeah,
just like
yeah,
mentioning them because yeah, thank you very much. They're not here today, but they've been helping us like through this journey.
yeah, yeah. Of course. Thank you, Luke and Robbie. Yeah, so we are getting excited now. It's only 2 minutes, and then we'll have our first amazing speaker, sorry, Daniel. And yeah, so let's get ready.
Yeah, we're just
Oh,
gonna you're gonna wait like just we're trying like just to match like the time exactly as it
okay,
is applied. So we're
correct.
gonna just come back in few minutes and then we're gonna have Daniel straight away. Just
Okay,
stay with us and yeah, should be
less
like
than a
a minute
minute.
or a couple of minutes stops. So
Cool.
talk to you guys soon.
Talk to you soon. Hello, hello. Yeah, and now we have, we'll start with you, Dan. Thank you so much for joining us. And
Kia ora.
really, kia ora, mate. Yeah.
Good
And
morning.
yeah, good morning, good morning, good morning. Thank you for joining us. That's really great. And we're really looking forward to your session. So, with that,
Awesome.
further
I
ado,
will take over. I'm going to present my screen. Thank you again, everyone, for showing up this morning. If you're based in Auckland, it is raining here. It is looking like it's going to be a day inside. So, good day to be sitting inside watching all about Azure. So, I'm going to share my screen right now. So, here we go. Kia ora again. So as I said, my name is Dan Scott Ransford. I'm a tech strategist at Microsoft. I have had the privilege of working with AI and generative AI for the last almost 3 years. My day job at Microsoft is to help businesses build their own AI solutions and enable their applications with AI. And so over that time, over this last 3 years, I've really found or seen these organizations who maybe have one or two features go from having one or two generative AI features to 10 and 20 features. And I've seen, as this acceleration into the era of AI, this extensive growth in AI features and the challenges that that brings. And I think at Microsoft, we've all seen this. We've seen everyone jumping on board, and we've started to see some amazing and great new features being built using generative AI, which are having a massive impact. However, these features all require productization to get, or operation of them to get them into the hands of users. So what I'm going to do today is take you through LLM Ops and introduce you to Azure AI Studio, which is the LLM Ops platform that Microsoft has put together to help businesses build these AI features. So with that in mind, let's take a little bit of a look at the challenges that we see that occur when we build these features at scale, when we need to productize or operationalize these AI-based features. So the first challenge that we see is AI features were typically built by data scientists. They were trained, models were trained, they were put into a container and then maybe thrown over the fence to developers. But with these new generative AI tools, which are generally just what we would typically call just calling an API, we need both developers and data scientists to have access to the same set of tools and the same sets of practices and patterns. So that's become a new challenge. We are also seeing this tech evolving extremely quickly, models coming out every day. It's often hard to know where to start. Do I need RAG? Don't I need to RAG? Do I need to fine tune? Don't I need to fine tune? Multimodal models, all of these things. We need to help people understand, where do you get started? The other challenge, and if I spent, before joining Microsoft, I spent 6 years as a continuous delivery or DevOps practice lead, and we were always facing the challenge of things being thrown over the wall, developers building something and then tossing it over the wall to operations to run. And this is where DevOps really came in to address that challenge. But we're now seeing that challenge again with generative AI apps. How do we take all the learning of the things that we've been building with DevOps and these practices and cultures we've been building with DevOps and bring that into the era of Gen AI, so that work is not just being thrown over the wall. We're building testable generative AI applications. Testing and evaluation is hard. If you've written unit tests against a generative AI system, it is non-deterministic. These models don't always give the same output. How do you automatically test them? And we often think, you build a generative AI application, you put it in production, but what happens on day 1? What happens on day 10? How do you release new changes? How do you test and continuously test these things? How do you evaluate these systems? That's a new challenge we now have to deal with. The increasing complexity of generative AI applications. We used to think, just plug in GPT-4, put a chat interface, and you're good to go. But most of these solutions now are they have multiple models involved, embeddings, and multiple types of model, and also multimodal. For example, models that take text and images. We have to deal with evaluating and monitoring generative AI apps in production. This is a different process now. So how do you monitor whether an application the generative AI application is doing the right thing? Users finding the output helpful? Is the process continuing to do what it's supposed to do as we evolve the models and the prompts? We also need to be able to trace these assets. For example, if we build an index for a retrieval augmented generation to help bring our knowledge to these models, how do we trace the asset? How do we look at a particular model that's a particular asset version that's deployed to production and say, this behaves this way when it's in production with this asset. So we need that auditability. And then finally, really responsible AI. This has become extremely critical. We need to put privacy and security and grounding, and all these are new techniques that we have not had to do at this scale before. And all of this is about scale, going from one product or generative AI feature to 10 to hundreds, and then doing this across an entire business, and then doing this over and over again every week, every sprint, releasing a new version. So this is where this the techniques of LLM ops comes in. And I'm going to dive into some demos in really shortly, but I just wanted to give you a grounding of what are the challenges that we need to really deal with. And DevOps has been, and ML ops have been looking at this for a while, but neither of these quite fit. So we need to adjust and add in some additional stuff for LLM ops. So what is LLM ops? Basically, it is the set of people, process, and practices or platforms, that help us continuously deliver generative AI apps. If you've worked in DevOps, you know these 3 points very well. You know these practices. LLM ops attempts to take those 3, people, process, and platform, or people, process, and technology, depending on what you want to, how you see it, and apply those to LLM based applications. Now, obviously, with this new series of this new practice of LLM ops, we need a tool to support that. You know, I love Azure DevOps, I love GitHub, I love Azure ML. All of those tools are great. They don't quite fit. We need a set of tools that do help us fit that, and this is where Azure AI Studio comes in. It helps us with this LLM ops flow of exploring models, comparing how they work, evaluating them, improving the quality of the output, integrating them into our application, continuously testing, reviewing what is going on, deploying, and then monitoring. These are all familiar if you're in DevOps land, but we need to adjust them for LLM ops. So Azure AI Studio brings all that together, all of those processes, and has tools to help you do each of them. But it also acts as a container, not the Docker type of container, a collection of all of the services, the Azure AI services that typically go into building an AI-based feature. Previously we would deploy an Azure Speech over here, an Azure OpenAI here, content safety here. We might put some Azure AI Search here. All of those resources became quite disjointed. Azure AI Studio brings all of them into one UI and also helps deploy and manage them along with all those models, and helps you manage the life cycle as well as data and assets that come in. So we're gonna do some demos now. So I want to start with a bit of what we're going to talk about in the demo. So let's build a retail Q&A chat experience in Azure AI Studio for Contoso DIY. Everyone's familiar with Contoso, biggest company in the world by now, I think. But we've got Rita, who really we want an experience for Rita. So we're going to use RAG, Retrieval Augmented Generation, and I'm sure many of you are already familiar with that. But fundamentally, we are going to be pulling data from a product index as part of a chat, and that product index contains all the products for Contoso DIY, so that Rita can say, my heater just broke, I need something to heat my home. And it comes back with some helpful information, some products, and all that sort of stuff. Now we could do that with with Azure OpenAI Studio, but that is an experience that is not going to scale to productize or operationalize this stuff. It doesn't allow us to test or evaluate or continuously improve or monitor our solution. So as I mentioned, we are using Retrieval Augmented Generation. So if you're not familiar with it, it is the process of augmenting your prompt with relevant data, in this case, products. I'm not going to go into too much detail about that here, but it is a key practice and principle that is both important in generative AI applications, but also is a key feature of AI Studio and LLM Ops. So let's head over to the demo. Now I'm going to be doing everything in AI Studio, and if you want to go and try this yourself, you can right now. Just go to ai.azure.com, log in with your Azure credential. But I will flip my screen. When you log into Azure AI Studio, as you can see, I'm in here, ai.azure.com. You land on the welcome page. Now, this is going to show you a lot of getting started stuff. What do you want to do? Pretty obvious stuff here. You also can see the recent projects, and we'll talk about projects shortly. You see the recent projects you've worked on, and as you can see, I've done all sorts of weird and wonderful things, and you can get an idea of the models that are available. When I say models, these are generative AI models. They could be vision, they could be multimodal, they could be speech to text, text to speech, or text or text to text. So what I'm going to do is quickly dive over to Explore, and this is where I can actually look at the available models. Now, a lot of people sort of think Azure OpenAI and think OpenAI, but that is not all we have in here. There are all the Mistral models, there are Meta models, there are Falcon, there is Stable Diffusion, you name it, and there is also all the Hugging Face. But what you can do is you can go and have a look at benchmarking those models so that you can pick the right model for your particular use case. But I'm not going to go into that in too much detail here. What I want to do is really kick you off, get you started with this stuff. So the first thing we need to do is create what we call an AI hub. An AI hub is a resource in Azure. It is basically the container that contains all the other AI services, and it is also where your projects will go. And I usually need to create one. I've got to create one in a region. The easiest way is to go to manage and create new hub. You can accept the hub name, etc. Pick a location. You can select Azure and Azure OpenAI service, or create a new one. You can create an Azure AI search or connect an existing one, or you can, if you really want to, you can also go and customize this to a different level. I will go and quickly just call mine Global Azure 2024 C. I've created a lot of these now. I'll create a resource group. I'll just leave that as the default resource group. Leave that as the default. I'll create a new Azure search. I'll call it AIS. Of course, in a real scenario, I would be I would have a naming standard that's much better than this, and I might select regions such as Switzerland North, as long as there's the resources available and you've got the quota. I click next, and it will go and create that all those resources in the back end in their Azure, and you can see those resources. But I'm not going to do that because it does take about a minute, and we have very short amount of time. But I'll show you quickly what that looks like. So once it's deployed, you will end up with a number of resources. You will end up with the AI search, as I mentioned, that's the index for a RAG. We will end up with this AI services and this AI hub. The services are think of that as a wrapper around things like Azure OpenAI service, Azure Speech, etc. So we've wrapped all those together, and we've got this hub resource, and that is actually what is shown in here with these hubs. So once we've got a hub, we can now start creating projects. Now, there are multiple ways to do this, but if I head over to build, this is where I'm going to start to build my resource. So I'm going to go and call this Retail Chat 2. This is just the name of what I'm building. This is probably my AI whatever feature I'm building. There's lots of ways to structure this. I will select a hub. As you can see, I have lots of them. I put them all over the place. So I'm going to select my 2024B, which is I put in Switzerland. I create a new project, and that is actually going to take a couple of moments to create. And what it is actually doing is creating a resource in Azure. And you can see this is my fraud detection project that I put there. But I could have, you'll see in a moment, it'll show the fraud, it'll show Retail Chat 2 in there, but we won't wait for that. This does take usually between 20 and 40 seconds. So while that happens, I'll quickly show you what another, if I can click through into that resource. You don't see it, it doesn't actually have anything in here. It's pretty much just says launch to Azure AI Studio. But what you can do is you can also grant permissions to those resources and give people access to that project, so you can work together on those solutions. So what we've got now is the next thing we need to do is we need to deploy some models. No good to having an AI solution without any models. So I'm going to go deployments, and I'm going to click create and select a real-time deployment, a real-time endpoint. Now I can select one of these models, and this means that this type of model, I only get charged if I'm using it. So I confirm. As you can see, I've already deployed a couple of models. Again, these are just the OpenAI models that I'm using. I can select the number of tokens that I want for this. Now, I've deployed 3 models. I've got GPT-3.5 Turbo, if we have a look in here, GPT-4, and an embedding model, which I need for my RAG, so my retrieval augmented generation. Now that I've got that, what I'm going to do is I need some data to populate into my index. Remember I said we needed to bring products into the solution? So what I've actually got, I have Fabric. Now, this could be an Azure storage account. It could be a number of different places, but I put everything into Azure, into Microsoft Fabric. I have 1,000 products here. Now, these are just text. These are just blobs of text. They're semi-structured, I would call them. They're basically some text I generated. I created all this. So pretty basic stuff. What I'm going to do is I'm going to grab the location of these files. Again, if it was a storage account, I could use the storage account URL, whatever it is. But I just wanted to use this this Fabric just to demonstrate how easy it is to do this. So what I need to do now is bring some data into the solution. So I'm going to select data. I'm going to click new data. I'm going to, I can select a search connection, but I can go get data with storage URL. Now, post my URL, and there's lots of different options here. What is actually happening is I'm creating a data asset inside this solution, inside this project, and that asset is being versioned for me. Now, what I will do is click next, and I have to give it a name. And what it's actually going to do is going to verify that it can get access. It's using my products. Oops, product data. Now, not date, data. Okay, so what is actually going to happen here? It's going to create me a pipeline to create or to pull this data across. And I can add new versions of this asset. I can add new data to it and create that as a new version. So now I've got that auditable asset that I can use. So what I'm going to do now is turn this data into a index in my Azure AI search. So what I go do is click new index, and it's going to say select your data source. Cool. Lucky I have use existing project data that I deployed when I deployed this hub. I'm using an embedding model. Now, what this is saying is, hey, look, I want to use the embedding model from this Azure OpenAI service, which was automatically deployed. I click next, and I can say product index. Right. This is actually creating a pipeline that I can rerun over and over again every time my data updates to regenerate my index. And now I have an auditable asset. Now this will spin up a virtual machine to run this process. It does take a little while, and we can actually see what it looks like. It generates this job. Oops, my screen has gone blank there for a second. Okay, it's coming back. It will run this job, and what I will do is I'll show you quickly what that job looks like. So this is a completed job, and over here you can see that it cracked and chunked those product TXT files. Those were the source of my products. It updated Azure Cognitive Search, which this should say AI Search, but the team haven't yet updated this. And then we've registered that index inside Azure AI Search. So that is now available as an index that I can add in the playground, or I can build as part of a prompt flow. Now, prompt flow is extremely important. It's very powerful, and we're going to show you that in a second. But if we actually click through to have a look at the job details, we actually get to see this is our job. This is in Azure ML. Now, Azure ML actually sits underneath Azure AI Studio. So if you're familiar with Azure ML Studio, you will see a lot of common stuff with it. But what is fantastic is all these tools work really well together. So as you can see, here's my pipeline. I can evaluate, I can look at all the logs used, and I can rerun this pipeline over and over again. But that's nice. What I really want to do is use that. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to head back over to my, let's go to this, let's head to global, I'm going to go to the right project. I'm going to go to this project, this hub here. Apologies, I go to the project, not the hub. I'm going to create a new, sorry, I'm going to go into Contoso retail chat. This is one I created earlier. I don't want to wait for the index to create, so I'm going to go and create a new prompt flow. So I've gone over to this this Contoso retail chat project that I created earlier, and I've got the index in there already happily generated. As you can see there, data's ready. I'm going to go to the playground, and I'm going to go and say I'm going to create a new AI. Now, I have got a system prompt right here that I'm going to add. Now, this is, if we have a look at closely, this is just saying you're an assistant AI assistant for Contoso DIY. It's got a whole lot of guardrails on what the AI can do, what it can't do. So I'm plugging this in. I spent a lot of time crafting this prompt to make sure it was going to do the right thing, give it, applying a whole lot of safety, but I could also build a whole lot of other safety in there. I'm going to apply that. I'm also going to select GPT-4 as my model, like GPT-4, and I'm going to add my data. Now, remember how I created that index? I can now see I've got my product index there, and I don't actually have to, go and this is a permanent asset that I can use in any prompt flow. So now I've done that. What I can now ask is help my heater is broken. I need to heat my house. Yep. So what it's going to do is it is going off. It is actually going off to that index, assembling all the pulling relevant index entries out of that index, and now it is giving me some useful information, including the references. And I didn't give it any guidance on how it should do, including the references, those docs that I generated. Now, this is all great, well and good. This is great for experimenting. But the real power here, as I mentioned, is in prompt flow. Prompt flow is an SDK that that wraps up these types of AI-driven workflows so that you can evaluate, test, you can do manage them using your source control. You can, version them. You can do pull requests on them. All of this stuff. Now, the easiest way to get started with prompt flow is just go in here, create your evaluate, create your playground, click prompt flow, and it's going to go and generate retail chat PF2. I'll call it because I know I've created this. Now that will go and create a prompt flow. You will get these errors. For now, this is due to it defaulting a couple of things. I think they'll sort that once it's GA. But whilst it does that, I'm going to go over to one that I've already created. So I created this one earlier. Now, this is what it is going to create for you. Now, when you usually use these chats, you kind of expect them to behave you think they just send to the model and come back. There's actually a lot of machinery that happens. And you can customize that to the nth degree. You can build these flows to be very complicated. So as we can see, what is actually being built for us is a prompt flow that says, first figure out what does the user actually want to do. So this might be, hey, you want to buy a product, or they want to know store opening hours, or they want to know safety instructions. But in my case, I've got one intent, which is I want a product. We extract the intent. We retrieve the documents from the index. Now, all of this is built for me. Now, I have had to configure a couple of things when this was built. For example, I want to use GPT-3.5 Turbo model for my extract intent. I have selected my Azure OpenAI connection and my text embedding ADA 002 model for generating the embeddings or for embedding the question. And then I've selected GPT-4 to determine the reply. So you notice my AI flow is using 3 model calls, 3 LLM calls. So as you can see, and I might even have a stock request that goes off to an API and get some stock. But here is my system prompt that you saw earlier, but with a couple of other things. I'm injecting the previous conversation, and I'm adding the documentation that was pulled from the format retrieve documents. And as you can see, all this wiring is there. So what I have able to do is I'm able to click this chat and do the exact same thing. Now, I've done this a little bit earlier. We're running a little bit low on time. So I ran the exact same thing, helped my heater broke. But what I'm now able to do is look at the outputs, look at how many tokens we used. I can even have what we call variants in our prompts. I can do what we call evaluations, which means I can evaluate my prompt 1,000 times or 10,000 times on my AI workflow against a whole lot of question and answers to get me to check that my AI, my workflow, my prompt flow is working exactly how I want. And finally, I can do this all via code. I can do it here in the UI, but I can just open this up, spin up Visual Studio on the desktop or the web. And what it's going to do is it's going to actually run some compute and spin up this. And here is the exact same prompt flow in a browser, in Visual Studio Code, running in a browser. I can go and change all this stuff, rewrite the code. I can go and push that to GitHub. Assuming everyone's using GitHub or Azure DevOps, I'm pushing that to a Git repo. So that is really, in a nutshell, how Azure AI Studio works. It is extremely important that you adopt this early in your journey, even though it is not production yet. I would suggest having a look at it, because LLM ops, as we go, is going to become more and more important. But I'm going to wrap up quickly with some resources where we go to Q&A. So while we do Q&A, here's 3 things I want you to have a look at. Learning path, create custom copilots using Azure AI Studio. Here's the Azure AI docs. And a third thing we just announced, which was the LLM ops maturity model. This helps you plan your LLM ops journey and measure that maturity. So that's it.
Thank you so much, Dan. That was super cool. I've actually not seen a question in the chat, but I'm actually super interested in the prompt flow. That is super cool. So just quick question. So when you say evaluate, like evaluated 1,000 times, does that go and test actually the prompt flow, like ask it a question and then come back and was like, oh, it cracked here?
Exactly, it actually does. So you can, if I switch back, when you do evaluate, you are evaluating the prompt against a set of question and answer pairs that you may have. And you might, so when I go and do an evaluation, I can do a built-in evaluation. Wants me to save my changes. I can say, look, I want to use a question and answer set that maybe I generated from watching users' interactions or recording users' interactions, questions, answers against my AI. And when they gave me a thumbs up, I might say, actually, that's a good answer. Therefore, I want to use that in my evaluation set. Now, you can't just say the output is good or bad, true or, correct or false. You actually have to measure it using an LLM itself. So these evaluations are done using an LLM.
Nice.
But that's definitely something you need to get used to using.
I really love the flow, prompt flow. That is super cool, because actually it's a lot of the time we do that ourselves as humans. So like you ask the LLM something, it gives you an answer, then you ask it something else. But if you put it all in a flow, it goes through, okay, so what each step is actually giving you an output. And I really love how simple it is. And I really love your style of explaining stuff. So that is super cool. And there is a question, a small question, which is rough projected costing. How do people think about costing?
So Azure AI Studio itself does not cost anything, but every call, depending on the model, every call you make to an LLM costs a certain, uses tokens, and the token cost is something you need to factor in. But as we're seeing over time, model costs are going up, continuing to go down. 3.5 Turbo, when it first came out, was a lot more expensive than it is now. So, but you need to plan that. And this is also what AI Studio helps you do. Notice how it recorded the number of tokens I was sending. So you can use that to model how much your service is going to cost or how much your AI is going to cost. But and that's a great point, by the way.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Daniel. Appreciate it. Thank you so much, mate. Appreciate your time today.
Thank you, everyone, for coming. Thank you for listening.
See you, mate.
Hello,
Hello.
and hi, Bruno. How are you?
Hi. Good. How are you?
Doing well. And well, I would like just to mention, like to the audience, that we're just bringing Bruno straight away. And Bruno, what do you talk about like this morning?
Well, presentation today is about the differences between the Power Platform AI Builder and Azure AI Builder. Um, just how to understand the difference between the two platforms and how to pick two different projects. Um, it's very common
Mhm.
for people to bump into that situation, since if you have Azure, you might many customers will have a Power Platform or vice versa, and the Power Platform AI Builder is quite powerful, but it is more uh, the main difference is, if you go in Google, what's the difference between the two? You're gonna get this similar information. Power Platform is main feature is codeless, low code, and the AI is integrated with the other features of Power Platform, like Power Apps and Power Automate.
Yep.
And then, like, you might feel think that, like, oh, I'm going to do all my entire AI project around just using Power Platform, never mind Azure. But
Yep.
What I'm going to cover right now through those slides is that you might need, after all, to have some Azure, or you might even leave all your AI into the Azure side, integrating with the Power Platform.
Yep.
So yeah, one of the
Sorry to
things.
interrupt. I'll just leave you like the floor is yours, and I'll just be in background. Thank you very much.
All right, cool. The first thing, like people will mention when you have discussion between Power Platform and Azure specialists, is integration and codeless integration. That is the Power Automate on the side of Power Platform. But Azure does offer a codeless option in Logic Apps. And if you go check all the controls offered by Logic Apps can be used by both Logic Apps and Power Automate. For AI, Power Automate does have its own controls, but you cannot consume on the other way around. You cannot consume Power Automate controls like this one inside of Logic Apps. So to this point, the first thing, like, it is, if you decide to use Azure, it does not mean you don't have a codeless option. You do have Logic Apps. Here is like a sample. I just have a Power Automate in here. This is not doing anything. I just put like one example of a Power Automate version of document intelligence. And the same one, this one is from Logic Apps. So why you don't have, why consider Azure, and why you don't have the Power Automate tasks in Logic Apps? The Azure side will have the REST APIs exposed by default, while Power Automate's more the AI builder was probably designed to fit inside of a Power Platform, not considering integration. And I found this is a bit difficult to find this clearly stated in documentation, but like looking around, I found this interesting part, this interesting paragraph in the comment on this FAQ saying AI Builder document processing is built in on top of Azure Form Recognizer. This one is specifically mentioning the Form Recognizer, but if you start like to play with both platforms, you're going to notice first features are added to Azure, and later similar features appear in Power Platform. But it's still like from time to time, like not long ago, we had a huge revamp on Azure AI Builder. We had like a whole new studio. I believe the version was before. We were on a version 2 and went to version 3 for a while. Even if you use Logic Apps only, some services might not be immediately available on codeless tasks. But any new services enhancements will be always available through the API in the Azure side. You can just go around that using tasks like HTTP. So you can create your models in Azure. And you still can use in either Logic Apps or Power Automate using the HTTP. It's a little bit, there will be no shortcuts. The built-in tasks that we have right now, the output is already ready to be passed to the following tasks. With this one, you're going to have like to do this, to fetch, to interact, and another one, more tasks to parse the JSON. Still, now I'm going to show the studios. The second part of the codeless confusion is how to train your models. As you see, I'm mostly covering document intelligence side. We had a lot of interesting previous sessions already covering OpenAI. So I'm going to cover most document intelligence. So this is the Power Platform AI Builder training studio, and it's quite similar to the Azure. So and actually, if you go and look right now, this is what is there for Power Platform. I found a little bit behind the Azure one because you load your PDF and then you need to create the fields you want to extract, and then later you apologies, my power, I create these slides. Let's see if it moves. No, it doesn't move. It's not moving. I had an animation on this slide, but it's not covering. But well, anyway,
It's okay.
One difference that I noticed, the current version of Power Platform Studio, you need to first create the fields you want to extract. Then you're gonna come here and drag a little box and assign them. While the Azure one, that looks like incredibly similar, you can drag around, and then when you drag around, it prompts you to give a label name. Probably because when I created my model here, I had the option to select the latest version. But yeah, again, in terms of codeless, my point, in terms of codeless, there is no difference when you're training your models. You have a studio, and in Azure, you get the new parts first, and eventually that you make to Power Platform AI Builder, but there might be a gap, 3 months, 6 months, I don't know. Yeah, so summary, like is Logic Apps is very similar to Power Automate, and the only difference is in the DevOps and connections. When you use Power Automate, you don't need to. Setting up the connections is much simpler. Still, it's not like a big, massive difference. Now, in terms of services, I found this handy chart showing what's available in Power Platform AI Builder. And yeah, the basics, document processing. And right now, I think this is quite recent. It's been like on the last few months. They added the prompts with GPT. And this is what you have in Azure. And there's quite a few extra options, not mentioning what's not included here is machine learning. So when you talk about what you can do with Azure AI, there's a lot more. There is the OpenAI part that's been covered in the previous presentations. The bot service is one that is arguably far more complicated than what Power Platform offers. I will not cover Copilot Studio on this presentation, but Copilot Studio is much easier than use bot. Anything else is quite similar in a lot more flexible than AI Builder. So, for example, yeah, if you look over document processing, one feature that is only in Azure at this time is custom classification model. So imagine a situation where you have different streams of documents. For example, you have a finance or insurance, and you request your customers to send applications in supporting documents. So, for example, you're going to have like an application with your personal details and what you want. And usually this company is also going to ask you for some sort of ID or supporting documents. So each one of these documents are going to have a different extraction model. So how do you orchestrate that? Then comes the custom classification model. On the custom classification model, you can identify the document. So you can create a Power Automate or a Logic Apps that will have the custom classification model first saying, hi, this is an ID, and redirecting to the extraction model, ID extraction model. If you try to do that only with AI Builder, you're going to have to find a way to put the logic inside of a Power Automate. Power Platform also offers code. So the point is, it starts to become simpler to do with Azure if you have a certain level of complexity. The prompts also like quite interesting. There is not that much difference, and that's one that a lot of people is looking to using right now. One thing that you need to know about the difference between prompts for Power Platform and Azure. Look like at this point, it's a generic GPT. So I didn't find any evidence you can, this can be connected to OpenAI, where you train with your own data. We know that option is already available in Azure. You can bring your own data to your GPT. And another interesting point that I noticed, that's a good way to demo how you get first, whatever is added first to the AI comes to Azure, but might not be in Power Platform. If you see here on the studio, you have the space to play with your prompts. And on the right, you have parameters like temperature. And this is the prompt task for logic apps. And the prompt task for logic apps does offer you the ability to change the temperature. You're not going to find this in the Power Automate just yet. And then comes to the cost, because all right. So so far we concluded that Power Platform is good. It does have the codeless option, but so Azure. And Azure has more flexibility, more models. If it's better for a large, more complex project. What about the money? Because you might think everything is included, but it's not quite like that. Let's first take a look into Azure. This is like the price list for document intelligence. So you have the pay-as-you-go, $50 for 1,000 pages. That's the most expensive approach to go. But one cool thing about Azure, you, at least for the, in this case, for the document intelligence, you can consider doing with containers and get a good discount on the price. But even if you want to host in Azure, there is the commitment tiers that will give you a pretty decent discount. If you have if you already have like enterprise, I mean, a lot of other services with Microsoft, you might want to reach your account manager. You might be able to get even more on the top of this, but this is what you get if you go and take a look in the price list. And another interesting feature of Azure is complete disconnected container. The hybrid is you host your models in a container, but you still use Azure Portal for governance. Now, in the Power Platform, it starts to get a little bit confusing with what they call credits and units. So if you look here on the side, on the left, this is what you get for free. I mean, for free, included, what you get included on your licensing. And you look into these numbers, you might think like you're gonna get a lot, but you gotta understand the conversion to credits, what's not that much. So looking to the calculator, you have that's the same price as the pay-as-you-go, but this is not a pay-as-you-go service. You gotta buy the add-on. You get every month, you get a little bit of credits that come together with your license. But if you're going to do something like that, 20,000 pages in a month, you're gonna have to purchase an add-on. And here on the bottom, you have discounts you can get if you buy large amounts. If you get 50 units, that's a lot. That's a huge commitment. The price is half price. So in the end, yeah, if you need to process a lot of data, it is not cheaper then Azure can be more like to be more expensive. So for small projects, maybe it's still an option, but when you start to get that big, so the AI builder price becomes competitive if you can buy large bundles up front. Azure costs same on pay-as-you-go, but offers monthly discount tiers and extra discounts if you host in containers. If your project needs a model only available in Azure but use Dynamics 365 or Canvas app, you can consider leaving out the AI side in Azure for simple. It's much easier to control the cost and governance. In terms of DevOps, that's when Power Platform shines. DevOps in Azure, if you work with Azure, you already know you're gonna have to use something like Terraform, Biceps, templating. You create the infrastructure, then you deploy the code. While Power Platform, you create a production instance, just clicking buttons. You could consider manual import that it's not really DevOps. If you want to use, but everything fits inside of a solution. It's very simple to move from one place to the other. And even if you want to use the Azure DevOps to do that, it's easier than Azure. If you are going to do in Azure, you got to start with the infrastructure. That's an example of Terraform to create the AI services. The models, one good thing like to remember, the models are not that straightforward to move around. If you can, for example, deploy this and create the services in production and use the Studio AI to manually export. But there is also an API provided by Azure, so you can automate and move the models across. Another interesting thing about Azure, your models will be saved in you can save them in blob Azure containers, while Power Platform is going to be saved in Dataverse. Yeah, that's like one way you can manually export a model from one environment to the other. Use the copy. You go inside of the Azure Studio. With the copy, you can select a different subscription. In this case, your Pro subscription. But you can also do that programmatically. Yeah, and again, like what if, considering the architecture, what if another systems needed to access that? You probably want to leave everything in Azure that has all the Azure integration in AD, in all the services you need to integrate with other systems. If you decide to do everything in Power Platform, you'll be very complicated to integrate with other systems. You're going to have to use Power Automate to expose that. There's other ways, but like it's not as clean. In conclusion, Azure AI pros, you have more models up front, like if it's going to be released anytime soon, it's going to be here first. The storage is more flexible, it's cheaper. You do need some coding knowledge, but again, if you get to the point you need to do more, you're going to have to bring the specialists. The DevOps is downside. It's more complicated than Power Platform. And yeah, one good way to when you bring the word codeless, Power Platform is full codeless, or most of the time you can do a lot of stuff codeless, while Azure, best way to say is low code. And yeah, to finish, to wrap, you may want to consider using Azure along Power Platform depending on the complexity. AI Builder is native of Power Platform and does simplify the integration if your project is 100% Power Platform. You need to prioritize Azure if solution needs to fit into your large enterprise, integrating with many other services. So I guess it's almost time. We have a few minutes for a Q&A.
Thank you very much, Bruno. Wow, that's interesting considerations in there. I think like from your perspective, right? Or at least like for me, just looking at that, I think I would look at doing like proof of concepts to validate the approach, right? In your view, what would you do, like depending on requirements that you get from customers?
Yeah, you need to understand the whole AI project, and sometimes like you get caught with just the beginning of this, and later on somebody says like, oh, can you bring more documents right now or more prompts? And you're gonna find you might need to move to Azure in the end to satisfy those needs, or ended up with a lot of complexity in Power Platform, defeating the purpose of a codeless.
Yeah, it's always tricky, right? I would say, but like it's always about like trade-offs, right?
Yep.
If like application grows, makes sense to transition, I guess, to Azure, right? Yeah. No, interesting. Like I'm not seeing like any other questions in here. I'd just like to thank you very much just to come in feeling like for the session. It was great just to know like this comparison, right? I hope like this helps like people with like some understanding and considerations, like when bring like the Power Platform AI Builder or Azure AI Builder. No, that's great. Thank you very much, Bruno. I guess, well, you can stay connected. We're going to have like the full day. And for the audience, we're going to have like this little break, and we come next with Dylan. Thank you very much.
You. Bye.
Hello. Sorry, I was on mute. How are you doing, Dylan?
I'm doing well, thank you. Yourself?
Thank you. I'm doing well. Thank you so much for joining us, and we are really looking forward to your session. What you will be talking about GitHub Copilot, right?
That's correct.
Cool. All right. So I'll leave you to it. And yeah, without further ado, there you go.
Yep, great. So I'll just get presentation up, and here we go. Just waiting for that presentation to display. There we go. Cool. Good morning, everyone. Yep, so my name's Dylan McCarthy. I'm a lead engineer at Mantle Group in Melbourne, Australia. And I'm here today to talk to you about GitHub Copilot and is it only for developers? So bit of introduction about who I am and why I'm talking about this. So lead engineer at Maz Group, so a consulting firm in Australia. I primarily focused on platform engineering, DevOps, and DevX or Dev Experience in the Microsoft domain. I started off as a .NET developer, so I started just writing pretty basic code, just creating with SQL Server, and then asked where does code get deployed, and it all streamed up from there. And now I do all this stuff. And I'm just an all-round tech enthusiast, passion for AI and emergent technologies. So for today's session, we're going to be talking about GitHub Copilot. And rather than me trying to come up with some kind of fancy way of describing it, I thought the best way to get a description of what it is to ask it itself. So when I ask the tool, it says GitHub Copilot is an AI-powered code completion tool. It's designed to assist developers by providing suggestions for whole lines or blocks of code as they type, and it works directly in the editor, helping you test out new ideas, write code more efficiently, and learn new APIs or languages on the go. Now, it does say developer there, but I'm going to challenge that a bit as we go on today to really get people to think about how this tool can be used for more than just developers, but for kind of anyone in tech that has some kind of, they have to do some configuration, or they've got to work with files, APIs, work with different things like Bash script, PowerShell, things like that. But first, maybe we should actually talk about how the tool works and what it really does. So GitHub Copilot here, it's a tie between your IDE or kind of your tool that you use to interrogate code and work with text files, in this case Visual Studio Code, and a large language model. So that large language model that's being run by GitHub was trained on public data, so that's including all the data that is existing in the GitHub public repositories. So all the code that exists there, they've trained a large language model on that code. And that large language model is what actually Copilot, the plugin, uses to help provide those suggestions. So it takes context, which is generally you'll select some text or you'll tell it to look at a file. It'll pull that information in as its context, send that off to the large language model and ask for a suggestion. And that suggestion will come back. And this could either be a suggestion in the form of an inline piece of code or an inline piece of text, or it could even be using the chat interface to have like that back and forth like you would have with ChatGPT, where you're asking it questions and you're saying, I have a problem, how do I solve this? And it's that kind of collaborative session there. So is this tool only for developers? And I'm going to say no, it's not. It's definitely a tool that everyone in technology can use. And what I'm going to show you today is how we use that tool in kind of more of a platform engineering concept. So let's think of a platform engineer. What does a platform engineer do? So platform engineers write CI/CD pipelines, they do infrastructure as code, they look at error messages in logs, and they need to use the CLI. So these are all things that we can actually do. And rather than me just sit here and actually tell you about it, what I'm going to do is actually show you what that looks like. So I will just bounce my screen for a second. Let's just do this. And we'll bounce this back up. Let's come back up. Okay, there we go. So we can see there's no strings attached. I definitely am live and going through this. All right, wait for that screen to change over to my Visual Studio Code if it wants to, or is it going to just stay on that screen? So apologies, it looks like it's too early in the morning for it. So let me just
it's all good.
share.
I think we can see your screen. So if you present again.
Yep, just going to re-present that. There we go. That looks better.
So it is.
All right, cool. So what I have here is it's a pretty basic repository. It's something that a application developer would give you and say, hey, my application lives in here. And I need you to go and do things like set up CI/CD, set up some infrastructure as code, things like that. So we can see here, I've already got an infrastructure folder and I've got some bicep here. So we're deploying this application to a Azure App Service. So I've got some pretty basic bicep here, but let's consider this now from the point of view of I'm a junior engineer. I may not have the best grasp on what bicep is, what it's doing. So maybe what I want to do here is actually start asking some questions. So we'll pop open GitHub Copilot here as the plugin. And what I'm going to do now is I'm going to start asking some questions. Say, okay, I'm going to select this piece of code. And I'm going to ask Copilot, what does this do? And so Copilot here is going to take in that context. And so now it's giving me the answer saying, this is a bicep file, which is a domain-specific language or DSL for deploying Azure resources declaratively. So it says it's an abstraction over Azure Resource Manager ARM and ARM templates. And the good thing here is, while maybe as a more senior engineer, you'll know this, as a junior engineer, this is information that's really valuable. This is stuff that's helping you learn. So now we're going to say, actually, what is the selected code? And it's going to take us piece by piece. It says, okay, this line here is declaring a new resource type. It tells us about the API version that it's using, breaks down what the parameters are, and then just gives you a nice summary saying this is something you use to define a app service plan. And again, we could do the same thing. Go, okay, I understand that. And so, what about the next code? And again, because we have the code selected, this is how we're kind of prompting the tool to say, hey, this is the information that I kind of want to know. And again, it breaks this down and gives us this nice section here. And then what we could say is, oh, okay, they also wanted something like a key vault. Also, before it turns out, Copilot likes to jump into my demos, and it's suggested here, hey, maybe you want an output to this file. So it's given me an inline suggestion. And again, this isn't programming code as such. This is not development. This is just the bicep script, like template language itself. And it already understands it enough to say, okay, I can give you an output, understand how to call this specific, or so this one app service, understand how to call that, get its properties, and get its output. So what I'm going to ask it here is, can you help me create a storage count? Let's say it would be a storage count with this. So, okay, it's understood that we're talking again about bicep. And it's gone ahead and said, okay, well, we'll need some more parameters here, and then we'll need to set those parameters something, and then we're going to need this whole thing here. So let's go and grab that. So we'll grab it in bits. We'll grab the parameters first. And just copy, and we'll go stick these parameters up here. And then we'll grab the resource itself. So as you can see, again, well, senior developer, you're going to know this. You're just going to start typing it, and you'll be able to do that fine. But as a junior, you may not have known all the paths to talk to here. There is an important caveat here with doing this, though. The model is trained to a point in time. And what can happen sometimes is that if you talk to it about new resources, it's actually not going to understand, not going to know what to suggest. And it may also not suggest the right version if you want to use a newer version. So here we've got a 2021 version and here a 2020. If you use a newer version of the API to define your bicep, it might not recognize that. And when asking for suggestions, it might also suggest older ones that are maybe depreciated. So this is a really important point around using these AI tools to help speed you up, but being aware of what they're writing and being aware of the information they're giving you back and understanding that context. So you should never really trust what it gives you back 100%. You should always look at it and go, is that the right API version? Am I getting the right thing here? Maybe I need to go cross-reference this with the documentation to make sure, yep, that's the one I want. So, but let's have a, and again, it's given us that output, but let's have a look at, for the more senior developers, what it actually does help you speed up. So if I start typing resource, and I'm going to go key vault, and I've got some tools installed to help me with this. So if I go Microsoft, and if I could spell in this morning, that would be good. Microsoft key vaults. So, but now it's also started to generate me a whole heap of code here. And I can just simply go, yep, that looks like what I'm doing. It's already grabbed the format of the naming conventions I've been using. And it understands how to get things like tenant IDs and all that. So I can simply press tab, and there we go. I have a key vault. So now it has filled in some object IDs and things like that, which we mostly will remove and say, yeah, that's not quite what I was looking for. But overall, in saving you time with what you're typing, that's where you start to see the speed up. It's not going to solve your big, heavy problems for you, but it will start to speed you up by doing that kind of really advanced autocomplete. So you can just go, yep, that's what I want. It understands all the rest of the code in my file, understands my naming conventions. I don't have to sit there and type them out, especially if you have slightly longer naming conventions. That could save you time, and just start hitting tab. But again, always check what it's written to see, does this make sense here? So we're not going to use this key vault for what we're doing here. So we'll leave that as those. So what we might need to do now is we've got our application and we've got our infra. Now, building a CI/CD pipeline, again, you might have to sit there and think about, well, what do I need to do that? Again, we can come into Copilot and say, I'd like to create a CI/CD pipeline for this project. Can you help create to deploy the structure first? So now I didn't actually tell it what file to look at. It's just taken that from that fact that this file is open in the browser, that, hey, maybe I'm talking about this file. So it's taken some of that context and it's given us here a breakdown of a GitHub workflow. So using GitHub Actions. So, and now it's saying, okay, I've got the CI/CD pipeline. I'm going to define the elements that are required here. So the job, so the build and deploy. And now what it's doing is it's also doing things like installing bicep CLI, compiling the bicep file, deploying that bicep file using an AZ deployment. So, and it's given us all of that kind of information. Now, there are many ways to do this, and what can happen is that sometimes Copilot's not going to do it the way that you kind of want to do it. For example, here it's doing the login to Azure step, and it says, okay, use this secrets.azure credentials. Now, I've set up my GitHub repository in a slightly different way, where I'm using OIDC to do that connection for me, so I don't actually have those Azure credentials, so I can ask it, can you update the workflow to use OIDC for the authentication to Azure? And again, it's going through, and so it's now done some things like it's added in these tokens here. So it's like permission tokens. It's still trying to use the Azure credentials, which I don't have. I have slightly different, but that's okay. But this is another way to do it. And it also still explains why it's made those changes, what changes they're having here. And it's also said, hey, can you please replace that group as well? So what we can do then is we can then use this and say, okay, well, let's say that looks fine. So I want to go and insert this into a new file. And so we can see here, it's actually just put all of that into a file for us. And now I can just save this, and we will go and save this as a pipeline. So what we actually have to do is, so one thing it hasn't done for us, to actually, let's do that before we go too far. Let's ask where this file should live. Again, we don't want to assume knowledge all the time, especially if we're talking to more juniors. So we can say, where should this pipeline file go? And now it's given us that detail. It said, okay, we place that file in a .github/workflows directory. So, and it's like, okay, great. Well, I don't have that. So, and rather than going through, it's like going through the file manager and creating stuff like that, maybe what I want to do is ask, how would I create that using the terminal? And now we start to get into a section of using Copilot, not just for coding within a window or doing pipelines or doing bicep, but now we're starting to ask it about CLI commands. So there is another tool here, which is called GitHub Copilot for CLI. So I don't have that tool installed at the moment. I'm just kind of focusing on the plugin, but that tool is has been built to allow for you to actually call Copilot from the CLI and start doing some of these CLI commands without even needing Visual Studio Code open. It's a completely separate tool. And it can help, again, just speed things up where you can say, I'm trying to do this kind of thing. Can you give me a command? So we can see that we're in the command here, and I'll just expand my terminal a little bit. And we can see I'm in this directory here. So I can now just say, hey, go run that in the terminal for me. And there we go. We have created, if you wanted to show, so it's a dot file, so it didn't actually show up, but that's right. So we can still do GitHub, and we can now see that there is a workflows directory here. So now what we could do is we can go and save that file, and we can save that file in. Of course, it doesn't want to do that for me, so we'll move that file. Always the fun when it puts a hidden directory and then it doesn't want to show you it in the browser, which is why this is always generally better done by CLI. Okay, so we will now name this infra YAML, and then I'll just go ahead and move that into our workflows directory. I'll just move that. Great. All right, so we now have a pipeline for infrastructure. So now, this is again where we'll start to see some slight issues with Copilot and sometimes the way it formats it. Sometimes it's using things which are a bit out of date. So we can see the login here hasn't really done what we wanted to do. So what we can do here is remove that, and we've got the tenant ID. I think we need its client ID. And we should be able to do that. And again, it's also that speed up component where it's found the secret, it's determined the pattern, and it's done that for us. So now what we can do is we've got our infra, but what about the application? So yeah, we may not have a development background, we may not understand how to do that. So what I'm going to do here is use the workspace command. And what this does is it allows us to interrogate all of the files within a workspace. And I can now ask, how would I create a pipeline to build the application this project? So now what it's doing is it's going ahead, looking at the workspace structure and trying to find information which is relevant to the question we've asked. So going through, it's gathering that workspace information. And now it's talking about, okay, here's how you would do it. Again, giving you where the file would live. It's determined that we're doing .NET. It has determined it's anyway, we're using .NET version 5. Again, that's an incorrect. They're using .NET 8, but .NET 8 didn't exist during the training time. So again, be aware of the training limits. And it's gone through and said, okay, you want to do dependencies, a build, and a test. So that's really giving us that base pipeline. It's also understood that maybe we want to make sure that we're doing pull requests as well as pushes to our main branch. So setting us up with a good practice on how we want to control the flow of how our pipelines trigger. So that's all good there. That gives us, again, that really solid foundation of we have a start point. We know that this is at least most of the way there, and we just have to go and adjust it to put that in. So let's just go and add that to a file. Oops, that inserted it in the middle, which we didn't want to do. So we go insert new file, and again, that's our build file there. So, and then what we can do is we can quickly ask it something like, if I needed to write a bash script to build this application, how would I do it? So, and again, now we're starting to ask questions which, again, are a bit more tangential. Now we're saying, hey, I want to do a bash script. And because to Copilot Bash is just another language, it's able to help us out by giving us that kind of basic bash scripting. So, and again, it breaks it down nice, easy, tells you what each of these commands are actually doing and how we can use them, what the point of using them is, and also says how we would save the file and what we need to do to the file to even be able to run it. So all these are, again, really good learning capabilities for more junior engineers. For more senior engineers, again, your advantage more comes from your speeding up if you're doing really complicated bash files or something and you just needed to explain some code for a legacy system, or you needed to kind of extend something and it's got a whole heap of pre-existing knowledge in the context and you just want it to autocomplete a lot of that. That's where you get a lot of advantage there. So I'll leave the demos there for today. And I think I'll jump back to my slides. Okay. And jump back to here. Okay. So just to give a bit of summary here. So as you've seen, I've shown a way that we can use GitHub Copilot that isn't just for the developers. So AI tools can help us in multiple ways, and it's really all about the approach that you have when you're using those tools and having that understanding of how the tools work. As the tools grow, we will see more features come out and more abilities. So as I said, the Azure CLI tool is really good for this, where it's now, rather than needing an IDE like Visual Studio Code, you can start to call this directly from your terminal. And again, these tools are copilots. They're not here to automate your job away. They're here to give you assistance, to help you learn, to help you speed up, and to essentially make you so that you spend time on the more challenging problems, the ones that people really enjoy working on, where it's, I have to integrate a whole heap of things together, or I have to build these things that I don't have to worry about what is in kind of your base templates and your boilerplates and things like that. Cool. So I guess I'll leave it open if there's any questions that will probably up.
Thank you so much, Dylan. That was awesome. Really appreciate the demo. I really loved it. I was talking to Marcel in the backstage. The demo was really cool. I do see the value in GitHub Copilot, and I see how you interacted with it really as a Copilot. So that is really beautiful. So like you're nudging it the right way. You ask it questions. You keep on like having, like you said, for example, things in mind, the cutoff, the knowledge cutoff. So that was really cool. We really appreciate your time. Thank you so much, mate.
Yep.
Yeah. So like, I know that you also actually do a lot of Twitch, and so what is your handle, or like so that we'll keep it for?
Yeah. So I'm currently actually going through a bit of a rebrand. So I'm now going by the name Dylan DevX on
Beautiful.
Twitch. I'll also be starting to stream on YouTube simultaneously, so make it a bit
Nice.
more accessible, because Twitch can be, as a gaming platform, could be a bit intimidating sometimes. You have to sign up things, but most people have YouTube, so I'll make it a bit easier. And yeah, I really show off using this tool in a day-to-day capacity when I'm streaming. So again, that demo that I did, nothing there was pre-recorded. You saw they were blank files. I'm completely at the mercy of the AI if it decides to work with me today or not. But that's the reality of what it's like working with them, and it's very important that we show what these tools are like in a day-to-day sense, not just in a curated demo. So
I
I'm hoping
agree.
everyone got something out of that.
Yeah, that's awesome. That's actually one thing that I see a lot of value in it, because you are going through troubleshooting, like asking the question, nudging it the right way, and then, like I said, you don't expect what the AI would come back with. So that's really cool, and I see a lot of value in showing, like you said, everybody, not just developers, the value of Copilot, and then the right way to actually work with it. So that is super cool. We really appreciate your time here today and joining us, Dylan, from Melbourne, Australia. Is that right?
Yep, Melbourne, Australia,
Yes.
and about to run off to do another session later at the Melbourne boot camp as well. So
Beautiful.
getting
Good job.
all the
Great.
speaking done today.
Good on
Great.
you, mate. Good on you, mate. Thank you so much.
Oh,
Yeah.
no
Cool,
problem.
cool.
Thank you for having me.
See you, mate.
See ya.
Hello, welcome back. And now we are coming with Priya. Priya, nice meeting you virtually. Thanks
Nice
for
to meet
making
you.
like the time. Yeah, just like really nice have you here like this morning here in New Zealand, and where you're coming from as well. Yeah.
Yes, so hi everybody. This is Priya. I am a partner solutions architect working with Microsoft, and I'm joining you all from Melbourne, Australia.
All right. Thank you very much. Do you have like your slides so we can just share?
Yes, please. Yeah.
Yeah, while you bring like your slides, so just for the community, uh, so this is like a full day of Global Azure with multiple sessions happening around the world. Feel free to check like this URL for like the globalazure.net/sessions, and you can check like different sessions that are happening right now.
Sorry, I'm trying to upload the file. Just give me a second.
Oh yeah, no worries. Right.
Hopefully you can see my screen.
Yes. Thanks, Priya. The floor is yours. Thank you very
Yes,
much.
thank you so much. Yeah. All right. Okay. Hello, everybody. So for today's session, we will be talking about developing secure and reliable CI/CD pipelines for the cloud infrastructure. Now, the angle that I have chosen for today's session is through the lens of GitHub Advanced Security. This is the offering available for both GitHub ecosystem, the GitHub Actions or GitHub Enterprise, and this offering is also available for the Azure DevOps workloads as well. So if you are using either of the two sort of setups, you can use GitHub Advanced Security to secure whether it's your Azure repo or Azure pipeline. And similarly, you can use the same setup for your GitHub ecosystem as well. Now, I wanted to start with sort of addressing the problem that is, what is the state of our applications today? So, we are looking at a recent research which is conducted by the GitHub data science team, and that found that the open source developers are now spending an increasing amount of time dealing with vulnerabilities, and they're actually getting not better at preventing these vulnerabilities from entering the open source projects. So if you can see the purple line here, it shows the number of commit messages in an open source project, and it also mentions the vulnerabilities over a 4-year window. The blue line shows the code which gets added to the same open source project. And then the red line shows you the number of security threats which are added to those particular projects. So as you can see, the correlation between the code size and the security threat is very strong, which indicates a consistent introduction of the security issues. And this picture is rather a dismissal one because we have seen that this is an increasing trend. And with the amount of time, more and more vulnerabilities will be introduced, which will also go ahead and affect the security issues, not in the open source projects, but also in our repositories, also in our pipelines.
Priya, I think like the screen that you're sharing, you're showing like the first PPT slides, not the other slides.
Okay, so I'm at the state of AppSec. Can you see that or no?
No, we're just seeing like the first slide.
Okay.
We can see your mouse. Yeah. So if you can
So now
check.
you can see all these slides, right?
Yes, that's work. Thank you very much.
Okay, all right, perfect. All right, so this was a slide that I was talking about previously, which is that we have seen an upward trend. Now, for the next slide, so if I'll put it in the PowerPoint mode again, let me know if you can see the slide now as well. Is it still visible or?
No, well, still like on the PPT itself, not like full screen.
Okay. And now you can see all the slides, is it?
Yeah, we can see you clicking through them. Yeah.
Yeah. So, sorry, is the state of the AppSec visible to you now? The one that I'm currently on?
Yes, that's working well. Yeah.
Apologies, everybody. Let me first fix this. Sorry. I am currently uploading my slides, so you should have that now. Is it working, everybody? If you can just give me... All right, I'll just move along. Right, so I was talking about the AppSec and how we are sort of facing some of the challenges with the increasing of the code. Now, uh, it is easier said than done. What we have understood is that we can how we can empower our developers to actually fix the bugs, to actually have less number of breaches, specifically from the credential breaches as well. And at GitHub, what we are trying to do is we are trying to bring into the understanding of how there is the lack of the improvement in the world where development is transforming so quickly in a wonderful way, but the security is not simply matching up to that. And there are three areas where we see that biggest gap, specifically around the developer and the security team. So for sometimes the ratio is 1:200. So while you have the goodness of the DevOps, which is making your supply chain and everything go in a very faster way, you have security teams which simply can't keep up with that. Lack of knowledge voted the main AppSec challenge. So we do have a certain sort of skill gap, which really requires for us to have more sort of DevSecOps people, which brings the three ecosystems together and sort of lessens the silos that are existing as at the moment between the three. And then it's also about the kind of tools that in the past that we have been using. So we are coming from sort of old methodologies when it comes to the security aspect, specifically in our DevOps cycle or a CI/CD cycle, right? We are using some of the tools which does not gives us the correct sort of pinpoint that this is exactly the issue is happening. Sometimes to get to the issue, it takes about 6 to 7 hours, and then the whole charade begins to actually go ahead and remediate the issue, which in itself can take several days or weeks or even months. So we also need to sort of combine the tooling aspect of it, which can not just give us proper alerts and everything or a bird's eye view as to what exactly is happening in our environment, but can also help us to pinpoint in the right direction so that the remediation can occur in a faster manner. Now, I've included this slide to just go through very quickly that what does CI/CD pipeline means. So now we know that CI/CD is largely the set of automated processes, which is to build and deliver the software. It is often portrayed as the pipeline, which consists of a series of sequential and discrete steps. So if everything comes together, you have CI, which is continuous learning, and then CD, which is continuous deployment. So you have the two worlds coming in together with different sort of phases. And this is extremely important because with the entire left shift of the security, what we are trying to introduce, the security aspect of it each and every step, which always used to be a fifth or a sixth sort of step approach. But now it's slowly moving or making its move towards a direction where what can we do to sort of have a secure supply chain through and through our CI/CD pipeline? What can we do to make sure that right from when our developers are writing the code in their plugins or IDEs, whether it's Visual Studio Code or anything else, they have those secure channels, which does not really sort of introduces vulnerabilities at a later stage, or if a vulnerability is caught, could be an SQL injection, could be a security breach, could be third-party packages which are impacting your pipeline, which your developers might be using, or your dev and ops people might be using. What can we go ahead and do to have a preventive methodology, and then of course to remediate them in a faster way? Some of the challenges of CI/CD, and I'll also go through it very briefly. So some of the challenges of the CI/CD is the increased attack surface. So as we know, as we have seen that as the sort of ball gets rolling on more and more open source project, we'll see there will be an increase in the attack surface as well. The intricate nature of the CI/CD pipeline, which actually involves multiple tools, multiple stages, integrations, and adds complexity to your security management and monitoring, there is a requirement of having high privileges. There's also a requirement of sort of having a cultural shift as well, to understand that the security aspect is also necessary for the developers as well. There's also compliance challenges, and there's also a need of continuous monitoring as well. Like I said, we have been using traditionally lots of tools, and sometimes there isn't a single dashboard, or sometimes there isn't a single source of truth which you can go ahead and look for to understand probably this could be one of the sort of issues that has been happening, and can get to the remediation in a faster way. The GitHub difference. And like I said, I'll talk about the angle of CI/CD pipeline. There can be many angles, and there are many tools available, but internally, what we sort of recommend for all the customers who are using Azure DevOps, or you're using GitHub enterprise system, is GitHub Advanced Security, because this actually sort of captures all the ethos of the different phases of CI/CD pipeline, whether it's your secret management, whether it's code scanning, whether it's dependency scanning. Dependency scanning, which basically means third party scanning, direct or transitive. It sort of emboldens itself into the entire pipeline cycle of the Azure DevOps, and sort of affiliates itself with all the components. So what is the GitHub difference? The first is the native. So it is embedded from init to ship. It's automatically deployed. There is a visibility into the security posture across all code. One of the things that I wanted to mention here is that our ecosystem, the GitHub Advanced Security ecosystem, is just a part of the AppSec or a CI/CD pipeline secure thing, right? We have several other tools, such as Microsoft Defender for Cloud, which integrates with these tooling perfectly well. So you can leverage different sort of tools within the Microsoft's ecosystem, like let's say Microsoft Defender for Cloud or Azure Sentinel, to actually get that bird's eye view as to what exactly is happening in the environment. And then for very specific DevOps or CI/CD based workloads, you can leverage GitHub Advanced Security. Trust by design. So there is supply chain analysis, there is secret scanning, there is security lab. It's an extensible platform, and you also have static code analysis. So a bit about the supply chain analysis. So we give you the dependency graph. So your sort of repositories or pipelines might be using some third-party packages. Now, that could be a direct package, which you know what sort of package you are using. But then within that package, you are not sort of aware that it could be using any other third-party sort of packages, which may or may not have its vulnerabilities identified. So to be able to capture both the direct and the transitive packages, we have a dependency graph, which sort of gives you a graphical representation that this is your package. It sort of depends on this, 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 this. This further depends on this, this, this. So you have a clear mapped picture in front of you to understand that exactly this is what is happening, and you can stop something which classifies itself as to be vulnerable there and then. Fixing in minutes. One of the aspects is this: to have an alert generated, to have proper monitoring channels, and to have the alerts generated, so that right away, if any issue is encountered, if there is any particular problem, then you always have some or the other methodology to go ahead and get to the right source of the problem. Jargon free language and automated fixes. And then community driven. So this is constantly getting evolved, constantly new things are getting added onto this particular platform. It is supported by 1 million of developers and security researchers. So we do get sort of contributions, and also it also gets sort of its contribution internally from Microsoft as well. The first service within this ecosystem is Dependabot. So what does Dependabot means? Dependabot is basically a service within the GitHub Advanced Security that you can leverage. Once you have your repository created for a certain particular project, now this could be again in the GitHub ecosystem, or this could be in your Azure DevOps as well. So this is applicable at the repo level. This can be applicable at the pipeline level as well. So once you have your repo created, all you need to do is you need to go to that particular repository and you need to enable the Dependabot. There are some differences in private versus public repo. So for public repo, you have certain services like Dependabot, code scanning, secret scanning, which precisely we are discussing today, already enabled. There are some coveted services like security advisories and other things which only sort of can be leveraged if you have certain enterprise channels. But if you are using a private repository, it would really depend on how you can go ahead and enable it. There would be some sort of enterprise things that you have to look after. But for all the public repositories, you would have Dependabot, code scanning, and secret scanning, which you can start leveraging right away. So within Dependabot, you have two sort of aspects. You have the dependencies, direct and transitive. So direct would be the direct dependencies that your repositories is reliant on, and then the indirect would be the transitive ones. So it will go ahead and have the automated pull request for security and version updates. So you will be able to keep your projects secure, up to date by constantly monitoring them. So you'll have to enable it at the pipeline level and making sure that if there is any vulnerability, if there is any out of the date component, it will suggest you to go ahead and update to a latest package. And then it will go ahead and automatically open a pull request with the suggested fixes. So you can just go ahead and simply go ahead and do the fix. And that should go ahead and fix the issue for you. Now, I will show a demonstration very briefly in a couple of minutes of all these three services as well. Then it integrates with your developer workflow. So it can be directly integrated to your developer workflow for a frictionless experience. And it also tracks the vulnerabilities in the packages from supported package. If you'll go to the github.com link for Dependabot, you'll see a series of packages it supports. Like it could be pip or it could be NMP. So you have all these packages that it supports. So if you are using these packages, we have internally something called as GitHub Advisory Database, which basically captures all the data from security researchers and maintains it in the national vulnerability database. It postulates all its vulnerabilities from there, and based on that, it sort of correlates your package. And if there is any vulnerability found, it basically flags off it to you that this is the one thing which would require the package to get updated. Then we have code scanning. So this is the aspect of having proper code signing and code scanning done right at the very first level, where your developers are basically creating the code, or they're trying to go ahead and write a sort of code without any poisoning or without any sort of adding on to any vulnerabilities. So the language or the base tool that it uses is CodeQL. So CodeQL language or query language is basically used, which does all the scans and then fixes the vulnerabilities that are merged into your code. By the virtue of it, it can also check your syntax. So if there are any syntax challenges, you can also go ahead and get that corrected as well. You can enable it in the Visual Studio Code, and if you're using code bases within GitHub, it can also be used directly therein as well. Again, it is integrated with developer workflows, so you will have results directly into the developer workflow for a frictionless experience. So if you things like SQL injections or anything else can be taken care of through the code scanning. And then community of the top security experts. So it is powered by lots of security experts who are already using the queries which are created by the security community in your project. So you can leverage all the goodness of the world-class security team stuff that they have been doing. And then we have secret scanning, which is again to reiterate the messaging that although we do understand that poisoning of the CI/CD pipeline or sort of targeting or attacking the CI/CD pipeline could be some very high-tech savvy stuff, but at the bottom line, 80% of the cases would be simple credential breach. So you will find that a lot of credentials are not very secure, or if there are any vulnerabilities that already exist, they're not really taken care of. So we need a proper secret management sort of tool which can help us to identify the secrets as early as possible. So the moment they are pushed into GitHub, and immediately the developers are notified that this is what they have found, this would be some of the pattern that they have recognized in your code, which could be very sensitive information that is already available, and it will not let you do a pull request unless you fix that particular issue or that particular security scan which has sort of flagged up. It supports both public and private repo, so it watches both public and private repo for the potential secret vulnerabilities. And then it also scans for patterns that are internal to your organization across your repository. So if you are using sort of private repositories internally, then you can define custom patterns which are pretty much internal to your organization and across to the repositories. And then for every commit made to your repository and its full Git history, we will look for all the secret formats from secret scanning partners. So let's say that you have done a commit in your repository. Whatever has been the full Git history of that repository, the secret scanning tool will check for all the secret formats from the secret scanning patterns, which are available again through the famous packages, and we'll be able to go ahead and tell you that, look, this would be sort of the problem, and then this would require a fixture or something needs to be fixed from your end. So with secret scanning, you also get something which is called as push protection. Again, push protection is something which you can leverage, or it depends on you. You'll have to go ahead and enable it again at the repository level. But through push protection, what we can do is we can basically get the leaks to the users on push. So again, it applies to all the repositories with secret scanning, and the push protection gets enabled on them. So it can detect potential secret patterns at the push time in your repositories. It can also be used to detect the potential secrets in the repositories with secret scanning alerts enabled. And it can also help you to sort of identify any leaks that you have been sort of having in your repositories. So these are the three main services that we usually talk about when we talk about securing our pipelines. Now, this is just a version of how I would define a in a DevSecOps platform. This is just a version of what we do for DevOps. The SecOps part of it, which is how we can have more reliable and secure operations, whether it's CI/CD or the entire DevOps cycle, we have other tools that this integrates with. So if you want to get an automated alert management, or you want to get the overall view of how your entire DevOps cycle is happening, you can use Defender for DevOps, or you can use Microsoft Defender for Cloud. So you have all these services as well that we can go ahead and leverage along with GitHub Advanced Security to basically see if we have a secure CI/CD pipeline or not. I will now show you a demonstration very quickly. So I'll just stop sharing my screen, or let me do one thing, I'll present it. Hopefully you can see my screen now. So I will just go ahead. So you can go to your GitHub and you can just select any of the repository that you want to select. I will select this repository right now. To enable GitHub Advanced Security, what you have to do is you have to go to the Security tab. Now, I already have this enabled, but you can see that you get all these policies, all these security tabs in here. You get Security Policy, you get Security Advisories, which is also enabled. You also get Private Vulnerability Reporting. You get Dependabot Alerts, which I was talking about. You get Code Scanning Alerts, and then you also get Secret Scanning Alerts. And if you see the three main services, you have Dependabot, you have Code Scanning, and then you have the Secret Scanning as well. If I go to the Dependabot scanning, it shows me there are 4 open Dependabot alerts that it has identified. If I just go to this one, it shows me that the code URI component vulnerable to the denial of service. And then it also suggests me a security update as well. If you can see on the right hand side, it gives you a severity based rating as well, that on the basis of CVSS space metric, what could be the severity of this, and it's 7.5/10, for this particular dependabot alert. It also gives you some of the some of the more details around it. So you also get attack vector, attack complexity, privileges required, scope, confidentiality, integrity. And then you also have the option of dismissing the alert if you think it's a false positive, it doesn't really concerns you. You can also dismiss the alert as well. I'll just do a review of the security update, and I'll say, yeah, I agree to it. And I'll just click on the merge pull request and confirm merging. And that's it. That's all you have to do. Go ahead and do. It will basically go ahead and resolve that issue. And now you have a newer version of the vulnerability that has been identified, and it fixes your problem. So it is pretty straightforward to get started with the different sort of security aspects of it. If I go to the code scanning, you can see all of this has been some of the flagged code scanning alerts it has generated based on the code that I have. If I go to this one, it says to me that inefficient regex, so inefficient regular expression. Again, it gives you the error message as well, that this part of the regular expression may cause exponential backtracking on string starting with this one. So then it again depends on you if you want to go ahead and fix that. The severity is high for this particular thing. And then it also gives you sort of what are the affected branches. And then you also have the similar aspect for the security as well. And with that, I'm being very cognizant of the time. We are almost at the end of our session. Thank you all for listening in. And hopefully, the key takeaways from the today's session would be that how GitHub Advanced Security functions, what are some of the important pillars, whether it's dependabot, code scanning, secret scanning, and how to get started with that in your own GitHub repository, and pretty much applying the same concept if you have any Azure DevOps-based workloads as well.
Thank you very much, Priya. It's interesting. Like I've been using the GitHub Advanced Security. I think like even like the public repositories, I think they're very handy, right? Just to pinpoint some sort of vulnerabilities, right? That's available in your codes. What I have not explored is the Azure Defender, right?
Right.
What would be like the I would say the main aspect, right? Because like I've been using a lot like Azure DevOps, right? And we don't have such implementation as available on GitHub. So how we could have some similar use case for that, leveraging Defender.
Yeah, so if you think from the Azure DevOps lens, you'll have to enable all these services independently. And then if you want a common sort of area to get all the alerts or all the sort of things that are happening in your DevOps pipeline, there might be too much that you have to do at the Azure DevOps level, right? You have to go to each and every pipeline to see what exactly is happening and then remediate from that. If you are using Defender for DevOps or Microsoft Defender for Cloud, you do get that single dashboard. So you do get the amalgamation of everything into that one flavor, which can direct you or have that methodology that, look, this is the alert which is happening, and you go right to that particular alert and fix that problem instead of having somebody to keep an eye on what exactly is happening at the every pipeline level, which is a very good useful use case because you want it to be automated as much as possible instead of just going. If you are an organization which has, let's say, lots of pipelines, it would be somewhat become very cumbersome if you have to go through each and every pipeline because there is a no unified platform that you get, which is what we do it through the Azure Defender.
I see. Oh, yeah. No, thanks for coming like a little bit earlier. Really appreciate your time in coming to share like here with community today.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thanks all. Thank you. Bye.
Thanks, Priya. Hey, Ahmed.
Hey, mate.
How's it
Thanks
going?
so much. Yeah,
Pretty
it's
busy
good.
morning.
Yes, it is. Awesome group of speakers, and I really loved all the sessions, and everybody did awesome. And yeah, looking forward actually to the next part of it and to the next set of sessions. And yeah, we'll have yourself and other speakers to also come in and talk to us about all sorts of exciting Azure and development technology.
Yeah, that's true. We're going to have a little break so like for lunch here in New Zealand. And then like the afternoon sessions, we're gonna have like a variety of topics, right? So we're
Okay.
coming back at 1 p.m.
Yeah.
and we're gonna continue. We're gonna have Stu Mace talking about the Azure verified modules, right? So I think
Nice.
that's
Yeah,
and
looking
then
forward to that.
we're gonna get in. So you guys have like your lunch and at 1 p.m. we're back.
Sweet as.
Cheers.
See you soon.
Hello.
Hey.
How's it going?
Yeah, great.
Oh, thanks too. We're just coming back like from lunch now. We had like the
Awesome.
music on the background. It's great getting to finally meet you in virtually, Stu. How are you doing today?
Yeah, so doing great. Thanks very much. Yeah, it's a rainy day here in New Plymouth, but yeah, it's great to be here.
Same here in Auckland. So yeah, a great day just to check like the Global Azure sessions. All right. Thanks, Stu. I'm just gonna bring like your slides. The floor is yours, mate.
Okay. Well, welcome everyone. Today I'm going to be talking about Microsoft's Azure verified modules from my perspective as a contributor. I've been contributing to this initiative for quite a few months now, almost since it became public. So I'm going to start with a little bit of background, and if anyone out there has got a QR reader to hand and you want to scan the poll on the right-hand side, that would be quite cool. It would just give me an indication of who's on the call and what your experience is with AVM to date. So it's an initiative led by Microsoft, and its goal is to set the standards for what a good quality infrastructure as code modules look like. It's run by Microsoft for the whole community, for customers, for partners, and also for internal Microsoft initiatives. And the idea is to devolve the ownership to product groups, so that the actual people who sort of are responsible for the Azure resources and are sort of able to support the AVM modules and leverage both internal Microsoft and external communities. The initial target for AVM is application teams, meaning workloads rather than platform teams. And the aim is to standardize how resources and architecture patterns are created. So I guess we know what Azure means and we know what a module is, but what does verified mean? So that's what this slide is about. The key thing, and I think this is one of the most important things, is it's supported by Microsoft, and they've got a support statement, which I've linked on that top line there. There is also a specification that underpins AVM, which is designed to drive consistency between resources. Microsoft have committed to keep these resources up to date with product and service roadmaps, and to that aim, every single AVM is led and managed by a full-time employee as the community, we can contribute to AVM modules as co-owners, but the ownership of the module itself is with Microsoft. AVM modules are by default aligned to WAF recommendations, so encourage alignment to the resiliency, performance, and security tiers. They include documentation along with examples, and the examples actually have dual purpose. The examples within AVM are actually ran as tests, so the ones that you see within the modules provided as examples are actually deployed as part of the workflow of making sure that these resources operate. AVM resources are broken down into both resources and patterns, and you can think of resources as a wrapper around an Azure resource with a consistent design and a consistent scoping. They're designed to be composable, so they're designed to be Lego bricks. Yeah, so from the perspective of adoption, it means that you don't have to take on board the entire AVM initiative to start using these. You can use individual modules that make sense and then gradually adopt. As I mentioned already, the default settings are designed to be WAF aligned, so without changing parameters, you will have a resilient resource. And as an example, if you are deploying AVM resources, say in a lab setting, you may need to consider the cost side of things, because obviously you can't have both performance and resilience as well as cost. So in that scenario, say for instance you were working in a lab, you'd need to set explicit parameters to make sure that you used a lower cost SKU, or you didn't use zone redundancy. Above the resource modules, which are available for both Bicep and Terraform, there is a concept of patterns, and these are designed to combine resources together in sort of mechanisms that make sense. As an example, I've got an open source function app with secured storage pattern, or it's possibly a mechanism to introduce simpler abstractions to make it easier to consume the resources in specific scenarios. At the moment, all resources are labeled version 0 dot something, but they are production ready and supported. Microsoft are actively seeking feedback. The reason why they're currently not at 1 is because in order to get to that point, we'd like to understand their use in the broader community and across more customers, and then use that to stabilize the interface before it reaches 1. They are absolutely ready for use. So where did AVM come from? So it's actually a combination of a number of initiatives. The two key ones are the resource modules, the Bicep resource modules, also known as Carmel, which has been around for quite a while, and a smaller initiative called Terraform Verified Modules. Both of those have basically been superseded and folded into the Azure Verified Modules. So the Azure Verified Modules is now the umbrella mechanism for those previous resources, and you can see the difference in the heritage between the two in the table on the right hand side. That Bicep, the Carmel library has got a lot more coverage, and so there's a lot more resources currently available in AVM for Bicep. Terraform is catching up, and there's a great opportunity for people to get involved and to help build these Terraform resources. As you can see, there's a big gap between available and proposed, and so there's an amazing opportunity to get involved. Overall, Microsoft's mission, as described there, is to make this module library a sort of comprehensive resource for both Bicep and Terraform, and potentially other languages in the future, following the well-architected framework. And it will become the trusted Microsoft source of truth for IAC modules. And one of the interesting aspects of the module, so besides the code itself, the actual design of AVM is open. So the thought processes, the governance that goes into AVM is available on the web page. So there is a shared specification which tries to drive commonality between Bicep and Terraform where it makes sense. And there's specific specifications for Bicep and Terraform as well. And that's particularly interesting because it means that you're able to see the thought processes that go into why modules are made a particular way, and some of the design thinking behind them. So feeding all that together, why do I think what makes AVM special? What makes it special compared to what's been done in the past? To me, it's the combination of the things on the screen. It's the commitment and strong technical leadership from Microsoft. The design, the open book design approach, and the engagement with the community, which I think is key. Those three things together, I think make AVM a very exciting initiative, because collectively we can pull our experience not simply at the point of or at the perspective of code, but also the perspective of design, and sort of use this collective experience to build a common definition of good. Fundamentally, by sharing this experience and building these resources together, I feel that means that we can focus more on the application workloads and therefore the business outcomes, knowing that we've got this solid foundation to build upon. So how do you get started? There's a list of available modules on the AVM webpage. There's the link at the top. And there's a couple lab resources, which are very useful to help you get going, depending if you want to take the Bicep track or the Terraform track. In terms of how it actually works, we'll have a look in a minute in Visual Studio Code. But as you see, it's basically you can reference the module via a source flag, and it is obviously recommended to make sure that you pin the module to a specific version, so you always know you're going to get the same information each time. One more thing of interest before we have a look at the module itself is the idea of shared interfaces within the module. And the idea here is this is partly to drive this consistency between resources. So the example is a Key Vault resource, and the shared interfaces are common to many Azure resources, so private endpoints, resource locks, and so forth. The idea of this specification is that when you know how to add a private endpoint onto a Key Vault, it's the same mechanism that you use to add a private endpoint onto a storage account and so forth. And same with other resources such as the role assignments. So with that in mind, I'm just going to switch over to some code and just illustrate what these shared interfaces look like. So I'll just make this slightly larger. So on the left-hand side, we've got some Bicep, and on the right-hand side, some Terraform. And the reason for showing these side by side like this is just to give an indication of that alignment that I was talking about previously, and also to show how these various resources are combined and grouped underneath the resource. So Bicep on the left, obviously, you can see the keys, and a bit further down, there's some secrets down here too. Design pattern with verified modules is that the resource covers both the parent resource itself, so the Key Vault in this case, and its children, which in the case of Key Vaults would be secrets, certificates, and keys. So you see them as child objects as here, and you see the same pattern on the right-hand side with Terraform. And you can see when I hover over, you get rich IntelliSense from the module. That's because the module itself, the types are very well defined, and there's a very good description underpinning it, which makes for a very good IntelliSense experience from within Visual Studio Code or your editor. Illustrating another example, private endpoints here. A very similar pattern between Bicep and Terraform, specifying this is the minimal configuration. This is both the so this basically is specifying the subnet resource, which is where the network card will be placed, and the private DNS resource ID, where the DNS record will be created. And again, very, very similar between the two. And continuing on to role assignments. repeating this, and secrets. There is a slight difference, and this does illustrate the difference between sometimes you have to do things differently within the languages. Within Bicep, there's a concept of a secured list, whereas within Terraform, it's split between secrets and secret values because of the way that the secret values are marked as sensitive. So again, there are occasional differences between the two, which are driven by the capabilities of the language. Just to illustrate the scope and flexibility, I've also created my third secret here, and that sort of shows the full use of various parameters within the secret, including the parameters which perhaps are not frequently used. And in the second secret here, I'm illustrating that the role assignments and other sub-resources such as tags are also echoed down to these child resources as well, again in that same consistent manner. So the role assignment pattern that you see there is exactly the same as the one you see there applied to the parent resource. And if you're thinking, can you do the same thing with a storage account and storage containers, you'd be absolutely right. You can use the same pattern to apply role assignments at the storage account, and then apply it down also, say, to a container to role assignments at a container level as well. If you go look at the AVM labs that I shared in the link previously, you'll see an example of that, where the VM and the storage account is secured in that manner. I would, excuse me. There is a very active community, and there's a list of resources if you're interested to go to visit to get started. And literally just announced just recently the external community calls. So there's a dedicated page which I've just linked. And if you're interested in general about writing AVM modules or any general insights on Terraform best practices, and I'd also recommend subscribing to Matt White's YouTube channel. Matt White is the lead Terraform engineer across Azure Landing Zones and the AVM initiative. Extremely interesting. As a final piece, just before we close, what I'm going to do is I'm going to take more. So we've talked about how do you use these resources and what they look like from that perspective. We're now just going to switch over and look at what an AVM module looks like under the covers. So I just find my So this is an example of a container apps managed environment. So AVM modules have a README here, which is automatically generated. So if you've seen Terraform docs, it's basically based on that. Each resource has a number of examples. So if you remember before, I said that each of these examples is actually tested. So every single time you do a pull request against this particular repository, each of these examples is actually deployed to Azure to make sure that they are functional, as well as the static and linting checks which run against the repository to make sure that the code is as it should be. In fact, I can actually illustrate that because I know at the moment that this particular module is not passing linting tests, so I'm gonna intentionally break it. There's a little helper inside the module called AVM, and I'll just illustrate that quickly running first. It runs as a Docker. Within a Docker container, and I'm currently using it from WSL because it's easier. And hopefully the demo gods will smile on me. So This process obviously runs as part of the PR checks, and so you can see there's an automatic process to generate the documentation. There's also an automatic process that you can check locally to lint things, and there's a global task available called PR check, which will basically runs all sorts of tests. It will run Terraform validate against each of the examples. It's just an extremely useful thing to be able to run before you do a pull request back to GitHub, so you've got a reasonably good feeling that the repository is actually going to work. So I'm expecting this to come back with some errors, and there we go, there it has. So no functional problems here, but it's basically telling me off for not using Nullable, and it's saying I've got some of the types are not quite laid out exactly as they should be. So I've left this in on purpose as an illustration of the sort of checks which are happening. So that these are an evolving set of lints that go beyond the basic TF lint checks, which are specifically designed for AVM. Another thing which happens in the background, if you ever go look at an AVM repository, and I'll just grab my one of my ones over here. Yeah, actually, I will stop actually and just change tack slightly on some of these things. So there's if you want to consume modules, they are so for Terraform they're published to the Terraform public registry, and you can find them by searching for AVM and search for the Azure organization. And as you see, so if we was to go into one particular one, let's look at Key Vault, which is the one written by Matt White. There are a number of examples available, which you can see here. And again, comprehensive documentation. That's a good way to find the resources. When it comes to writing a module, there is a template available. So this basically is a good way to get started, and you can create an AVM module by coming here and then saying create this new repository. And I actually did that earlier. I made a resource for the Postgres flexible server from that repository. And another really good tip for getting started with that, I'll see if I can share. There's an excellent little utility called NewRes, and I'm just going to illustrate what that does. So, oops, let's try that again. So what NewRes lets you do, or what it does for you, should I say, is it reads the Azure RM schema and helps write the main and variable file. So hopefully if the demo gods are smiling in a minute, it will come back and say, I've made a main and a variable file form for us. Pretty please. There we go. So really, with very limited effort, we've got a very flexible, that's a very flexible server using NewRes, and there is a little bit of tidying up required in order to fit the AVM naming guidance, but obviously this is a huge time saver when it comes to creating these modules. And just looking at the variables again, you see they've all got really well-defined types and good descriptions, automatically pulled. You can do this for any resource. You just need to look up the resource and punch it in, as you just saw me do there, and you get something like this. And I'm just going to illustrate just before I finish. You can do something similar with a database. So this child resource. Come on. It always goes slower when everyone's watching. So much simpler, the actual database resource itself, but the variables, again, very high quality object definition and description available. So yeah.
Well, thanks Stu for bringing that up. Yeah, that's really interesting because I think like with these verified modules, like for enterprises, are definitely the way to go. And I think there are some sort of you mentioned about those patterns, and they seem like as soon as you've been contributing to the projects, but it seems that as soon as you get the understanding of how those patterns are applied, I think like things become more fluid, right? Because in general, like if you look like a new devs or DevOps engineers coming, they're gonna go straight to Bicep or ARM, not necessarily knowing about those verified modules. So how do you see like that sort of transition from someone that's starting to adopt the verified modules?
I think I think so. The best way to approach learning and using the verified modules is through the labs. That's a really good. So understanding its use, I think, is the first thing. The modules themselves are designed to cover a number of scenarios, so they themselves are quite complex. But the first step is to use the modules and get comfortable with that. And I'd suggest the best place to start would be the labs, which I linked to earlier. The benefit to starting and working with an initiative like this is that you don't have to think about the design aspects of how you're building things or the extensibility. So so that consistency. Yeah. Okay, how am I going to do a private endpoint and it makes sense from one resource to another? How am I going to design it so that if I need to add extra capabilities, I can without introducing breaking changes? That's, to my mind, the key value is all that design thinking that's gone into how these modules will be written.
No, that's very good. Yeah, knowing like that sort of how those dependencies work, right? Because I think like what you see in general when people don't use a templated way is that as soon as things grow and you have like modules and you have dependencies, that's where like the pain comes. Well,
Yes.
that's definitely going to solve those problems. Well,
definitely.
Yeah, no,
Yes.
no, really good. I'm just checking like here for the questions, but I think like our time's up. I'd like to thank you again, Stu. Amazing presentation. And yeah, for the audience, we're gonna come in a few minutes and we're gonna continue with Global Azure.
Awesome.
Thanks,
Thank you for
Stu.
having me, Marcel.
Thanks.
Yeah, thank you. Okay.
Thank you. Yeah, really appreciate it.
Okay. Bye.
We're gonna continue and we're coming back soon.
Hello, everyone. Yeah, welcome
Hello,
back.
we're back.
And yeah, for our next session, we've got our own host as well, Marcel. He's going to talk to us about feature flags with the Azure app configuration. And without further ado, the stage is yours.
Thanks, Amit. Hello, that's now my turn to come and contribute. I hope what you get like from this session, you can just take like as part of your learnings in your business. And I think like that's a pretty good like tool, like a service within Azure that's not necessarily highly explored, but it should. So that's why I decided to come. Okay, that's a use case that we have in here, feature flags with Azure app configuration. So just coming and bring a little bit about me. So for those that don't know me, my name is Marcel Medina. I'm a software developer and Azure specialist. I am a Azure MVP. I also I am a Microsoft certified trainer, got the certifications. I got my QR code here that leads to my technical blog, where in general, like I post some great findings from work and on my own studies. For today, what we're going to explore before we jump to codes, I love jump to code, but we're going to have a little bit of context on feature flags, on the Azure app configuration, and then we're going to go to demo, right? I love demos. And for the feature flags, right? If you're new, if you're not like used with that terminology, if you're being like on the field, this is very familiar ground for you. But feature flags, so bring like a little bit of context. Feature flags, also known as feature toggles, or vice versa. So I just got like this reference from Martin Fowler website, but feature flags has been there like for even before, like this article is from 2017, but even before things were being used, right? But if you're looking here, like some key areas, feature toggles, right, are a powerful technique allowing teams to modify system behavior. Oops, let me just show this screen, right, without changing code. That's the power of feature flags. It brings you can completely change how your system behaves. You don't need to change a thing. You basically, through configuration, you get things to behave differently, right? Another thing that mentions in here is that toggles introduce complexity, right? I think like if you're not using any tooling on the market, that you're definitely going to end up like with a lot of uh, complexity in your codes on how you're going to deal with that. One of the things that with Azure App Configuration is that it removes that layer of complexity, right? So that's why feature flags match really well with Azure App Configuration. This is the link in here, just to share if you want to explore a little bit more. And on Azure App Configuration itself, right? What is Azure? What's the app configuration? So it's a service within Azure that it's allows you to set up, like I would say, basically it's a key value store, right? So it allows you to put like key value pairs for configurations, for flags. And it also allows you to centrally manage application settings. We're going to be approaching here feature flags, but not only that, you can have like application settings that maybe you need to centralize those because you have like common applications pulling those settings from app configuration, right? That's important. It's a feature really of the service where you can centrally manage feature flags, right? As we discussed on previous slides. And you basically don't need to touch code at all. You don't need to do any redeployment or even like an app restart. And things just work like on the fly dynamically. This is also a service, right, that implements this external configuration pattern. What that means is that when you have like this idea of config store, right, where you want to centralize things all together, that's like what the pattern tells us about it. You can leverage this service to be applied, right, and to fulfill this design pattern. It's also part of one of the 12 factor apps, let's say tenets, right? So that for, if you don't know, like the 12 factor app is kind of a methodology of how you create your software, right? Just to be like become like a software as a service, right? So in general, nowadays, like how you create like your cloud native apps in, or any sort of applications really on the cloud. And there is a particular tenet that mentions about that the configuration shouldn't be bound to code. It should be separate. So if you're following like the 12 factor app tenets principles, you're going to see that this matches as a good implementation, right? This is the link that is available here on Azure App Configuration. We also have the external configuration store. There are like different considerations in there. I'm not going to dive onto those, but it's for you to know, right? So if you're leveraging, let's say, I'm going to show here like an example of a web app. But let's say that you have a service that's running on AKS, on Kubernetes, or a web app. You can leverage app configuration for that. And it has like capabilities to resolve like and implement like this tenant. Let's go to the demo, right? And one of the things in here you're gonna notice is that I have forked this from another repo. And the main thing, I create like a variation of that because the example had .NET 6. And what I'm going to show in here, it's leveraging .NET 8, right? In general, like I'm a .NET developer, I tend to bring like examples on .NET. But well, with app configuration, you can use like they're like SDKs, for example, on .NET, on Java, on JavaScript, on Python. So you can just make use of that, right? So it's not exclusively to .NET at all. Let me come and share my screen here. So I have my Visual Studio solution. I'm going to just zoom in a little bit. So you're going to see the structure of the project, but we have a web app. It's a ESP.NET MVC implementation, and that's the vanilla one. We have like some pages in here, and I'm going to dive into that. As soon as we jump in here, right, so we can see the program file. You're going to see that, okay, we need a connection string because we're leveraging a service, right, on the cloud. So we need to make sure we have this connection string. You're going to see that we have this wrap here where we're adding the Azure app configuration, okay? So it comprises this whole thing in here. And within there, after we have the connection string, we connect. We have a selection of keys. So you're going to see that we have different web demo settings. Okay, so I'm just filtering to that. This one here, it's an important one. That's where we have the refresh of any settings. So let's say that you're applying some changes. You're enabling a feature flag. You could change like any configuration settings as well, but you want that to be actioned, right? And be applied straight away in your application. You can configure an auto refresh, or what I'm doing here is that based on this setting, it's called like Web Demo Sentinel, for any changes that happen in there, it automatically refreshes my application settings from my web app without any restarts, right? Another thing is that what I'm doing here, I connect to Key Vault. So Key Vault is where like I have secrets, and I'm pulling secrets from there. And the secrets are not bound to this application. It's bound to the app configuration. I'm going to show in there. One of the things that marries really well is that we have these use feature flags in .NET. So it kind of marries up .NET with app configuration. It's really, I would say, neat because you don't need to do a lot of work to get things to be combined, right? This method in here comes with like some NuGet libraries, right? I'm gonna show in here. Let me just show like the NuGet, and then we can continue on the page. But what I have in here is that we have the app configuration library for ASP.NET Core, and we have the .NET extension for the feature management, right? So kind of the application combines them like to work together, right? It's very neat. You're gonna see in here. Let's just continue. So what happens that in here, after we have hooked the app configuration, we can also hook the feature, and I'm applying a filter in here. What's this filter? I'm gonna dive onto that. Not now. I'm gonna show like when we get to on the demo itself, right? But you're gonna see that you have different flavors of the feature flag, and you have full control of what you want to do, what you can do. I think from here you're gonna see that after the services are already initialized, then we can create our web app. So that's after like the builder, we build that. And from here we have a middleware. So what's the middleware? The middleware is basically a pipeline in .NET. You could just jump in here and see like, oh, okay, how things are implemented. Like I didn't do that. This is part of the libraries. Right? So you can see here that it's part of the an extension that comes within this NuGet package, right? Azure App Configuration, ASP.NET, ASP.NET Core. But it does that for us, right? So we don't need to do a lot. Now I'm gonna play the solution, right? And I'm gonna show the behavior. I'm playing on my local. Hope things work well. And let me just zoom in a little bit. It came up to my other screen. Okay. What I want to show, maybe I can do like side by side. Okay. I'm running my local. Well, this message here shows, oh, is this message coming from Azure App Configuration? Yes. Okay. I can prove that to you. Other things that I don't have in here, right? You remember the filter. All right, let's say if I'm doing A/B testing, and let's say that I'm passing this guy in here, okay? A query string, AB1, for example. And I'm showing a flag for that, all right? So if you're not like entirely sure like about A/B testing, right? So A/B testing is more like a technique to validate user, I would say user experience, but user journeys, right? So you can apply that to customers to validate whether like products are going to become popular or not, to validate flows through your website. I'm just bringing here as an example, and we're leveraging feature flags for that. Because I could say that when my product goes to market, maybe it goes on a specific time, or when I define that this one is going to be enabled. I could say that, oh, from now this feature flag is enabled. So whoever comes with this square string, they're going to see another product, something specific to them. I'm doing that with feature flags. How? Let me come to the Azure. All right. So within Azure, let me just check in here how things are going. And I'm gonna come in here. I'm just zooming a little bit better so you guys can see. I think this one should be okay. Okay, cool. And so this is like my app config, right? Configuration. And I have the configuration explorer. When I look in here, I have configuration settings. And Can you see like this icon here? This is the key vault configuration setting. So I basically have like an object in here, like our configuration settings for the messages, font size, background color. Do you remember like the message, right? So if I come in here and change, is this coming from app configuration? Azure app configuration? Yes. Let's say here totally. Okay. I'm going to apply that. My application, I think it's running, still running. Cool. Nothing is going to happen. All right. So if I come like back to my solution, I left it running. Right. Well, it's still showing yes. I changed to totally, but it's not coming because it's not being refreshed. How are we going to refresh that? I have this one like Sentinel. That was my configuration to enable me to change that. It doesn't matter in here like the value. I'm just saying that providing that this change, things happen, right? I have just updated that. And let me come back in here. Nothing happened yet. Let me click like in here, like on privacy. Did you see something happen here? Setting updated. Setting updated, right? Okay, so things were reloaded. What if I come in here and back to home? Right, so that has changed. So I can control how things change, right? In particular with the feature flag. Let me go. We have like other features within the app configuration, but I'm going to focus like on the feature flag in here. I'm going to jump to this quickly, very quick, in a few minutes. Let me enable beta delta, okay? This is a Boolean, it's just a toggle. Still, if I look at my application, nothing's going to happen, okay? Still the same, I need to refresh that. So I need to go back in to my configuration explorer and tell Sentinel here like this. I'm calling Sentinel, but it could be anything. Oh, change. Oh, I'm just changing. Doesn't it's me? Oh, it's meaningless. It can be anything. So I have changed that. So if I go back in here and I go back to my application, I'm gonna click in here on privacy. You can see here things were reloaded. Okay. Things were reloaded, and we came up with two new tabs, beta and delta. What does it mean? Well, it's just like a simple static page, but we have behaviors in here. And if I go to home, so now I can see that I also have some areas, other areas that were enabled, right? And I'm just controlling that with feature flags. So I could deploy things onto production and let out the business to decide when to turn it on, or operations team, for example, to come like to Azure and enable that. But we can do better than that. You could just simply deploy it, have it enabled, but not necessarily active. You remember this one, right? The Gamma. It was already enabled. What is it? So if I added this, you're going to see that I have like a feature filter. Okay. And what I can do with filters is that you can see here, like, okay, I'm just specifying that I have my query string filter. And as I come in here, I say, okay, I have a parameter called query string field name. And I'm watching for, well, this AB, right, which was my query string. But how do we marry those things together, right? So if you look at the application level, you're going to see that, oops, let me come back here. We have this filters folder. And when I look at this filters folder, let me show in here first. I have just well, simply a property, or query string field name. And from this property, what I do, this is the main implementation. All right, so I can create this filter and put like full screen. And from this filter, I implementing this feature, this interface, iFeature filter, which gives me this methods in here, evaluate async. But from codes, what I'm doing is that, okay, grab the parameters from the settings. How are the settings being loaded? So if I look at my application, okay, we have in here like this big group, oops, up to here, right? And we have the query string filter. And oops, let me just bring the mouse to the other screen. Anyways, but we have the query filter enabled for the same name and the same attributes. That one comes from Azure, okay? And if we go like, you can see that this is the structure that we have. If you look at the filter again, so it's loading those settings. And as soon as I have that, it tries to validate, okay, does the query string contain that field, AB? That's the query string. Yes, it does. So check like if it's enabled. It contains that. Otherwise, just return false. Just like a really dummy logic. But you could do any sort of behaviors in here. You could just control what you're going to happen. Like I create like this as a query string filter. You could create like leveraging maybe like based on a browser, number of requests on the user itself. If I come in here, I can show that we have more features, more filters available. I'm not going to create those, but you can see that we have a targeting filter, right? Targeting filter, so you can target an audience, right? So you can have like an evaluation flow. It shows like how you could do things, right? And how it would work. And you could like apply for specific groups, specific users. You have like a time window. So you could like enable the feature flag, but only to be available during this period of time, right? So you want to automatically unflag or remove that feature flag, right? Once it reaches the expire date, okay? So you have like options in here to control that yourself. Let me just discard that. The other thing like I would like to show, right, that I didn't come in here, but we got to show like the key vault. I'm gonna jump to the key vault, and you're gonna see here, this is my key vault in here. And we have a secret. That's the background color, which is, if I look in here, it's white. Well, I can create like another one with a different color, right? So let's say that I want to put this one as what color? I'm not gonna say. Great. Okay, so I have like another secret. Is that gonna work? Not straight away. I need to come in and say, well, to the Sentinel that to refresh the cache. Okay. One of the things I didn't mention is that you can specify that auto refresh. So you could say like, oh, refresh after, I don't know, 1 hour, 5 minutes. If you don't do anything, nothing changes. So what I'm doing here, I'm just forcing for things to change. Okay. So if I go back in here to my screen, and what about this? Okay, so keep an eye. Oops. Background color. Things have changed. I'm not seeing the change in color. Now it came up. I think like it's just like a little bit of delay, but you could see in here that things were updated. Right, background color, and that came from key vault. So you could apply even secrets that you have. You don't need to store them on app configuration. You can have those secrets on Key Vault, right? So which is pretty cool, and you have full control of that. There's more on app config. I'm just looking like here at a time, but what I would invite you is that to explore like this tool, right? If it matches any of the use case that you have like on your business, right? Even like maybe if you're dealing with APIs, if you're dealing with UI, you could leverage like this service and have more capabilities like geo-replication. You can scale up. I'm using the free tier, right? The main difference is that the free tier doesn't do that, but you have like full control on how your configuration settings, your feature flags are stored on app config, right? I think this is what I had to share. I
That's
enjoyed.
awesome, mate. That's awesome. Thank you so much. I actually didn't know about this feature. That's really cool. So, like if I'm understanding correctly, you could actually update an application while it's live and still not worry about breaking your production environment.
Exactly, right? So you can
Nice.
simply change the behavior just with a change or a refresh of a setting.
Oh, right,
And
right.
this is it.
And then
You don't need like a redeploy at all. So
nice, nice, nice. And then once you are comfortable on the code with the code, you could actually deploy it with a, like I said, with a refresh.
correct, right? So I think like that's um, it's a, like it's a service that's not necessarily well explored,
Right.
but are definitely like advised for like engineers to look at that.
Nice.
And when you compare prices with like the other marketing tools or even other tools, well, you're gonna
This
see
feature
like
is already
differences.
built in into Azure.
Correct. Yeah.
Nice, 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 nice. That's a great session. Thank you for the presentation. I really liked with the all the drawing on the screen and all of that because that brings the point home. So that's an awesome session. Thank you so much, Marcel. Yeah.
Yeah. No worries. And coming next, we're gonna just have like a little break of a minute or two, and then we're gonna continue the session with the next speaker. See you guys in
Sweet.
1 minute or
See
so.
you guys in a
Cheers.
minute. Cheers.
Hello. Hi, Sohail. Well, we just lost him. He should be coming back soon. Let's just wait like for him to come back.
Yeah, it's all good.
Yeah, no, that's been like pretty amazing day.
Yeah, I know.
A
It's
lot
very
of
busy.
different speakers.
Oh, yeah, he's
And
back now.
he's back. Okay, let's bring him in.
I don't know what happened.
All right, you're in. How are you,
Yeah,
Sohail?
I'm good. Good yourself?
Doing well, thank you. Well, thanks for joining us. And well, joining like the Global Azure, right? And it's a pleasure to have like you here and come to share like great content with us.
Yeah, it's all right. It's my pleasure too to be here, uh, with you guys and everyone else. Just let me see which one is the screen that I want to share. That's
Oh, good.
interesting. So, can you see the slides now? Yeah, there you go.
Yes,
That's it.
they're in.
That,
Awesome.
yeah.
The floor is yours, man.
Between three different screens, I have to present on this one and move to the other one.
That's awesome.
Anyway,
Carry on.
shall
Thank you.
we start? Okay, so let's begin. Hello, everyone, and thank you very much for attending today's session. In today's session, we will talk about Microsoft Fabric and cost management for F capacity when it is under pay-as-you-go. Without any further ado, just let me introduce myself. I am Sohail Bakhshi. I'm a Microsoft Data Platform MVP and a director, author, blogger, speaker, and consultant. Mostly active in Microsoft Fabric and Power BI and data warehousing and everything in between. So I'm not going to say that I'm a Azure expert or a Logic Apps expert. I'm not going to even pretend that I'm one, but I found some solutions in Microsoft Logic Apps which are pretty helpful, and I've implemented those solutions in numerous occasions. So let's dive in. The agenda for today is to enter a little bit of introduction to Microsoft Fabric and what it is all about, and then Microsoft Fabric pricing model, and we will also talk about Microsoft Fabric cost management for pay-as-you-go option. And we will look at three different approaches, and all of them are in Logic Apps, to how to use Azure Portal to pause and resume our Fabric capacity, and then how to automate the entire pause and resume in Logic Apps so that it works in a certain time frames, right? So let's say that I want my capacity to run 8 a.m. to 4 p.m. on weekdays only. I don't want it to be to run overnight or during the weekends, to manage a little bit of cost. And then we also look at automating scaling of the capacity with Logic Apps, which will be something like if I need more horsepower in certain time frames during the weekdays, let's say from 10 to 12 a.m., then I upscale my capacity to a larger capacity. Let's say if I have a P2, I go for a P8 for 2 hours and I downscale it afterwards. There are obviously some intricacies involved. So something like if I have really large data models, or there are some notebooks that are running in the background, it might be a little bit trickier for the last one, but hey, we are just scratching the surface and looking at options and possibilities. So, introduction to Microsoft Fabric. I suppose many of you that who are in this call already familiar with Power BI, but Microsoft introduced a more comprehensive and a larger, much larger data platform, which integrates various data management and analytics services on a SaaS foundation. So it is a software as a service. And if you're coming from, which many of you, I suppose, are coming from Azure background, you perhaps have done some data factory stuff, if you are in Azure data platform, you have done some Synapse analytics stuff and streaming and data warehousing, all one of the arts of Microsoft Fabric is that it encapsulates everything into a file layer, which is called OneLake. And OneLake, you can think of OneLake like a OneDrive, but for your data, right? So we'll only have one copy of our data along the way. So let's say I move some of the data from the data sources with data factory pipelines, and I landed into my bronze layer, and then I take some data engineering steps and I make my silver and gold layers and land the data into a data warehouse. All of these different layers, they are all working on same, just one copy of the file, which is the file type is Parquet files. That is pretty much it about Microsoft Fabric. And Microsoft Fabric adds more and more stuff to it. Something like Data Activator wasn't the thing. You can do some sort of triggering some metrics when it passes a certain level, and we can do that in Data Activator. And obviously Power BI is now a part of Microsoft Fabric. So Microsoft Fabric is built upon the Power BI service. So if you're coming from a Power BI background, you will feel home when you start working with Microsoft Fabric. And next is the different pricing models for Microsoft Fabric capacities. There are currently two options. One is pay as you go, which is flexible and no long-term commitments and charges based on actual usage. The other one is reservation, right? Which is we have to commit to a certain period, and it is on a fixed period, but the discount is huge, right? So let me just play this video that I took. So I change the region, if you can see it on the screen that I'm running it, and I change it from Australia to Southeast Asia, and you can see that the numbers has changed, but we get almost 41% discount on when we go with reservation. But here's the thing: with reservation, we do not have any controls over the capacity. We cannot pause the capacity. We obviously can upscale and downscale, but it is not something that we can do by a click or automated in Azure Logic Apps. So for that specific reason, today's session is around the pay-as-you-go option, and we will start looking at it in a minute. Okay, so next is we can use the first option, which is not automated at all. We do not automate anything. We just go to Azure portal by using portal.azure.com, and we get to our capacity. And this is my Capacity Fabric O2 test, and I can pause it. The capacity, I can pause the capacity whenever I want, and I can resume it afterwards, right? But this is pretty much a manual process, which no one likes, and it doesn't really make sense. The next option would be automating pause and resume, and this is actually the solution that I'm going to show you today. It takes much longer than 25 minutes or 30 minutes to implement these solutions. So I can just show and tell. It is sort of demo, but we cannot implement it together, right? So I'll show you, walk you through the different steps and how it works. And obviously, the last one would be automating the scaling, up scaling and down scaling. And this specific logic app is just looking at a certain time frame and up scales and down scales afterwards, right? If you have any questions, I'm more than happy to take your questions now, because I have to switch my screen to another screen. And yeah, while I'm doing that, please feel free to ask questions if you have any.
Yeah, we're looking at the questions. If they come up, I'll let you know, Sohail.
Okay, great. Okay, so now I'm sharing another screen. That's why I look at my right-hand side. Yeah, that's it. Great stuff. So let me show you. This is the capacity that I'm going to pause and resume, or just automate the entire thing. So it is paused now. As you can see, the status is paused. So I can just click on this resume button to resume it, but that's not what we want, right? So let me go back to my Azure portal. And by the way, this is the pricing that we were talking about. And one more thing, let's see how much saving we are really talking about here, right? So Fabric capacities we will get charged on an hourly basis, right? And on so it would be 18 cents US dollar cents per hour, right? So if I am on an F2 capacity, the equation would be 0.18 times 2, right? Which is my F2, and times 730 hours, right? So let's just have a look at that. And let's say if I do not want to run it on during the day, 24 hours a day. Let's say I just want to run it on 8 hours, right? So it would be 8 hours times 5 days a week. And let's say we have 4 weeks, right? And then that would be times 0.18 cents. So it would be $28. So the number can vary. It would be, the cost saving would be really a lot of cost saving. So and for that reason, it makes sense for the reservation to get 41% off the pay as you go, because if you are in a business that you really need to run your capacity 24/7, right, then perhaps a reservation would be a much better option, right? And you don't, in that case, you don't really need to be worried about all of these, automations, something like pausing and resuming capacity, or up scaling and down scaling, and all of the intricacies applied. Okay, so with that, let's begin. I go back to my Azure portal and I navigate to my logic apps. So the first logic app is the most simplistic one, which I've just added. Let me see why this one is not running. Okay, so let me refresh. There you go. I'll go to edit mode. And what I need here is just a recurrence, right? Well, and I want it to run every hour for Auckland and Wellington, and that is the start date that I start date and time that I put in. The other one, which is actually doing the job, is this one, right? Which is an invoke resource operation. What we do, we just add that in, and after the recurrence. So this part is running every hour, and on every hour it looks at my subscription, and then on the resource group, and this is the part. This is the resource provider that we need to add, which is Microsoft Fabric, and the short resource ID would be, this is a string that we have to type in. This is capacities slash, and after a slash we put our capacity name. Remember, that was my capacity name, Fabric O2 test, right? And this client API version is also important. If we do not fill it correctly, it wouldn't work, right? And then the action that we want this specific pass to handle would be suspend or resume. We have two options, right? Suspend or resume. Right at the second, my capacity is paused already, right? So let's resume it and see if it works, right? So I put in resume, and I just collapse this and save, and I run it. And let me open up another page over here to move to my Fabric capacity and see what is happening. And if I go back on Logic Apps and I just refresh, that ran successfully. So I would expect my Fabric capacity to start it. Look, it is now active, right? So the status is active, and I can pause it from here, or the other option is to go back to my Logic Apps and just change the action to pause, right? So let's do it. Pause, and I save, and I rerun my Logic Apps workflow. I go back to the workflow. I just refresh to see what is happening over here. It failed for some reason, and this is still active. It is doing something. Let me see. And sometimes I have to just refresh the entire page. Okay, so that didn't go through. This is the beauty of live demos. Pause. Did I misspell it? No, that's correct. P-A-U-S-E. Yeah, P-A-U-S-E. Yeah, for some reason it didn't work. I don't know why. The subscription is incorrect. All right, so for some reason subscription is incorrect now. Okay, so that was the reason. Let's rerun it again. If it doesn't work, I don't waste any more time, and I go to the next solution. Refresh, and it failed again. It's okay. So it's a live demo anyway. But my capacity is now running. I just pause the capacity to go to the next solution, right? And the next solution is a little bit more sophisticated one, which is suspending Fabric capacity based on a time frame. And let me go to the development mod. And okay, so I still need this workflow to run every hour for Auckland and Wellington, but I need to convert the time to get the New Zealand date and time, and on the and in here in this step, I'm running a different resource. Look, I'm running a read a resource, right? And there is no actions here. I just want to get the status of my capacity. I want this workflow to run only if my capacity is running and only if it is on a certain time frame, right? On a recurrence, if I go to the settings, you can, I don't know if you can see it or if it is too small. I just zoomed in, right? So with this expression, I can identify the workday, right? So from Monday to Friday, right? It will only run from Monday to Friday, and it looks at the next step. I will look at the capacity status, right? And on this capacity status, I will go ahead, and if the converted date and time is successful, I go to the next one, which would be a condition. If it is between 8 to 12, and if, this is the interesting part, if my property status, I don't know if you can see it, let me zoom in. If the properties dot state, that is my capacity, the status of my capacity. I'm checking the status of the capacity right here. So if it is paused, then do what? If it is paused, then now I use the invoke resource operation, and I put in resume, right? So I would expect it to run between 8 to 12, between 8 a.m. to 4 p.m. only on weekdays, right? So it keeps my capacity in suspend state during the weekends. And it also checks the capacity status, and it runs, it goes through this side of the condition if it is running. Otherwise, it goes through the other side of the condition, right? So I looked at the status of my capacity. If it is paused, then what should you do? You have to suspend it if it is after 4 p.m., right? So that is exactly what this workflow is doing. If it is after that, it goes through and put my capacity on pause, right? So implementing this is not really that complex, but you need to add some expressions in place, and something like some of these conditions are not available out of the box, and you cannot read it from the previous one. So that is what I put in. If you look at the expression, I just put in read a resource, and I just read the status, right? So it just shows up on, yeah, there you go. On the hover over, it is body read underscore a resource, and then question mark properties question mark state. That's how I read the status of my capacity. I'm conscious of time. If there are any questions, please feel free to ask. If there isn't any other questions, I'll go ahead with the discard changes. I didn't change anything actually, to the next part, which is actually scaling Fabric capacity, right? But depending on your situation, you can embed everything into just one logic apps workflow. You don't need to create separate logic apps do different things, right? You can embed everything into a single implementation and solution. But what we are doing here is pretty similar, but the actual difference is that we are not pausing or suspending, right? We are upscaling and downscaling the capacity, right? The API that is used here is different. It's a different API. But again, let's have a look at the recurrence setting. Again, every hour, and I don't have anything specific on the setting. And on the read, I would go, yep, I am then getting my the status of my capacity, because upscaling, downscaling does not work if the capacity is in suspend status and it throws an error message. I don't want that. So I definitely check if the capacity is running, then I go and do my condition. If it is not running, then do nothing. It just does nothing, right? And in here, I'm just looking at the time frame. So I want it to run between 12 p.m. to 2 p.m. and I want to upscale it. And this is the magic that happens over here, right? So these are pretty much the same. You just select your subscription, the resource group that I call my resource group. That's the name of my resource group, Power BI, and then resource provider, and then the SKU that you would like to upscale, and the location of your fabric capacity. Those two are very important. Otherwise, it just doesn't work, right? That is for upscale. And after it is we have done our and it is after 2 p.m. this part will run, and it will just downscale to an F2 capacity.
Hey, so hey, we got like a couple of questions in here. Perhaps like you
Sure.
can just help. But we got like this question from Andrew. Like, so this seems great for when there's no active hours to pause and resume. Does the automatic bursting and smoothing fabric reduce the situations where we need to automate scale up, scale down?
Yeah, that's a great question. Actually, the auto bursting, it requires more resources, right? And these specific solutions are, I suppose, more for those ones who are not interested in going for reservations, right? So you just really are worried about the costs associated with it, because we are getting charged per second or something, right? So it can get, the bill can get large pretty quick. But autoburst is definitely something worthwhile to look at. But the purpose of this is if you are straight and maybe you are maybe you have two different capacities. Maybe you have one reservation capacity and you would like to have another capacity for your development, and you do not want it to run after hours. I hope that answered your question.
Yeah, we got like a last question. We're also like kind of reaching the time limit in here. So from Ajmal, so Logic App, I understand, is this possible like with some .NET app using some custom schedule?
Yeah, of course you can do, because the Logic Apps is actually calling APIs in the background. Definitely you can do that. Whatever is easier for you. I'm more familiar with Logic Apps. You can do it in Power Automate, or if you are happy to do that in .NET, then sweet as, and just remember to share it with the community, right?
Yeah. Just a question for me. Do you have like the source code for this sample?
Yes, of course I do. I actually wrote 2 or 3 different blog posts that I go through a lot of details, all the expressions that I used, and it is available on my website, which is www.biinsight.com. I just put it in the chat window, you can just jump in and search for logic apps. There are a couple of blog posts that I've published lately.
Nice one. Yeah, I know like they were kind of going to the limits. I don't know if you have like anything else to add, Sohail.
I'm good, and thank you very much, everyone, for attending to today's session. I hope you learned something interesting today. And
sure.
thank you very much for making this happen.
Thank you very much, Sohail. I appreciate your time. Yeah, get connected. Yeah. We're coming like in a minute or so. So talk to you guys soon.
Yeah.
Hello, and welcome back. Thank you so much, Deepak, for joining us. So Deepak is a good friend of mine, and he's also a senior cybersecurity engineer. He's going to talk to us today about secrets of KQL. What is it and how to use it, and what are all the secrets about it. So without further ado, the stage is yours, and good luck.
Thank you so much, Ahmed. Just trying to share my screen. Hopefully it comes through. Hey team, I'm Deepak. I'll be talking about some secrets of the KQL. Yes, the picture and the person is myself. It's been like almost 2 to 3 years before I taken. I've had so many people ask me to change the picture because I don't look like that, but that is me, trust me. So I'll be talking about the Kusto query language by itself. Let me give a short introduction from myself before I start about it. Who am I? What is a slide or a presentation without the who am I slide? I'm a senior cybersecurity engineer. I work in Defend in New Zealand with a cybersecurity firm. I started as a security operations engineer. We do incident response as a SOC team. I've been doing that for 2-3 years roughly. While I was doing that, I also slowly started moving into the SOAR components where it's the automations and integrations, because the advanced attacks has been growing up over and over and over again, that it's not doable just by manual work. So that's where the SOAR components come in. For people who are unaware, SIEM is the security information event management. SOAR is the security orchestration, automation, and response. I mainly focus around the Microsoft Sentinel and M365 Defender. So anything around the Microsoft suite is what I've been working on mostly. I recently moved into the engineering team where I support the operations team for building any kind of an automations, or do they need to collect some logs from one source platform to another destination platform, which is Sentinel most of the time. So we built a couple of integrations. We've contributed to the community back to Sentinel. Published it as a free solution as well. We'll be talking about those in soon as well. So that's a bit of an introduction about me. Without further ado, before we get into the language Kusto query language by itself, what I would like to address is there are 2 different types of languages in SIEM that I would like to categorize as. One would be the event-based language, and the second is the query-based language. The difference is that event-based languages they're primarily focused on matching a pattern, whereas looking at a specific IOC or a specific signature, and it's very much useful when you look into a memory dump or a file or a binary analysis, and it's very commonly seen to be used in malware analysis as well. There are a few SIEM solutions that contribute event-based languages as well, but it might not be the best kind of the language to be used for a SIEM solution by itself. The reason why is defines the query-based language, which is primarily focused on the log aggregation, correlation, and the analysis. So it's not going to be just one single file that you're going to look into and see, cool, is this a bad thing or is this a good thing? Instead, you're going to be looking at heaps and heaps of logs coming through there, seeing that there's like bunch of events. I want to see a specific behavior. It's not just about an IOC match. It's not just like a find and replace or look for a specific signature. It has to be a behavior where there's 10 different failures, out of which after the 10 failures, there's one successful sign-in. That kind of a multiple event lookup is where the query-based language comes in. Key use cases, I would say, is log analysis, where the whole point of SIEM solutions come into play. So my preference would be to have more SIEM solutions use the query-based language for having the capability to work with different kinds of tools and platforms. Actually, there's a few languages running around in the SIEM world. I wanted to stress something and bit of a brag about KQL by itself. KQL, Kusto Query Language, is a native language that is used by Microsoft Sentinel. There's a few other in the wild. XQL is used by Cortex XDR. EQL is used by Elasticsearch. SPL is used by Splunk. AQL, Aerial Query Language, was used by IBM QRadar, which recently adapted KQL as their native query language as well. So they have addressed an article where they said the capabilities of the Kusto query language is pretty amazing, and they had to adapt their platform to use a different vendor's query language into their, which is pretty amazing, I would say. And then there's the old school Yara. Yara L is a bit new from Google, which is used in Google Chronicle, and Sigma. Yara and Sigma are open source languages that's been used across multiple SIEM solutions as well. So these are some of the commonly seen languages in the SIEM world. So jumping into Kusto query language, the first question I always wanted to understand was, what is Kusto? What does even mean about it? So apparently there is a name origin about it, and it's coming from a TV show, The Undersea World of Jacques Cousteau. I had a book, Must Learn KQL Security, written by Rod Trent. He's an amazing Microsoft expert who's been working around Azure, OpenAI, KQL, Copilot for security, and all cool stuff in there. And he mentioned that it's a deep sea divers TV show. His name was Jacques Cousteau, and quote is, "We are exploring the depths of our data. We are attempting to surface the critical and necessary security information that will tell us about the potential exposure through simple, powerful queries," which is almost equivalent to how deep sea divers go down, find the specific cute little things and stuff like that. So that was the comparison and the name origin of where the word Kusto came from, which is very interesting. And I thought I would share it to you guys before we jump into this whole thing. The language by itself, as an overview, it's a very simple language. It's very easy to read and understand. It is a read-only request language, as in anything that you run or use the language is only going to be a read-only thing. You cannot write back something to your logs or the database using the language by itself. As mentioned earlier, it's very expressive, and most of the you'll be seeing in some of the examples I'll be showing down there. It's pretty self-explanatory when you see the name of the operators and the syntax that it works on that. So that's a quick overview of the language. I'll start with basic to intermediate to the advanced part of it. Yes, I did promise it's secrets of KQL, but I want to start from the scratch so that people can follow up on that as well. For every single query language, yes, you'll be having some of the basic operators, such as the logical operators and relational operators. So if you want to check a specific condition saying that, did the user log in from IP address that is outside New Zealand, as well as did they log in to an application which is not an Outlook? So you want to do an AND condition on that. So AND conditions, or condition is either of one condition satisfies. I don't care if both satisfy at the same time. Not is a condition where it's an opposite of whatever the condition that you're requesting in that space. Pretty standard, pretty basic. Yes, of course, every language supports, and KQL does support the logical operators as well. Relational operators, if you have any kind of numbers or some kind of a metric that you want to measure against, saying that is there any sign-ins, more than 10 failed sign-ins, or is there any activity that has been 100 gigabytes of data whatsoever? So if you want to have like greater than, lesser than, exact equal to, or greater than equal to, less than equal to, not equal to, those kind of stuff will be handled by the relational operators. It will be used mainly for integer type of the data, like the numeric data in that space. Next would be the where operator. People who are familiar with the SQL language, you might recognize this similar to the select operator, where you have a bunch of a column with multiple values, and you're looking for a specific column in a value in there. In my example, I can see that sign-in logs where if the IP address contains 1.1.1.1. Seems like I missed a typo on that one. Regardless, but I know which column I'm looking at. So that's where I would use the. That is when I would use the operator where, when I know where I'm looking at. The second operator, search, in that case is, let's say I know I want to look for an IP address, but I'm not sure where I need to look at. It could be in IP address column. It could be in IP address details column. It could be in a different column, which is the column name that I'm not familiar with. I want to search it across the entire table. In that case, I would use the operator as search, which is very handy as well. When you jump into a, I've had some experiences where I jump into a table to do some threat hunting, and I'm not familiar with the type of the logs that I'm dealing with, and I'm not sure where exactly I need to look at. I would just do a whole search, which looks into every single columns in that specific table. Of course, it's a bit resource consuming, and it takes a bit more than time than a narrowed search of looking into a where operator. KQL supports both, which is pretty cool in that space. Nextly, string operators. Of course, we're dealing with logs, and we would be dealing with characters, strings, and seeing how do we match those characters and what are the types of the operators that are really cool. There's heaps of it, but I'm going to be covering the basics and the key things that you'll be encountering on a day-to-day basis. Contains is an operator where if a part of the word literally contains the word that you're requesting, it's going to give you a match in that way. For example, the word computer contains the word put. Same way, a has is something you have, it's similar to contains, but it has to have the whole match rather than just a part of it. So the word computer has the word computer as the whole word by itself. The next operator starts with is when it's just a part of it. So the word, the operator contains would also satisfy it, but you are explicitly saying that the word should start with that specific set of characters. So the word computer, seems like I haven't edited that. I made some typo in that space. Sorry about that. But the word computer starts with the word starts with the word COM. Same way the word computer ends with the word TER. So these are really cool when you want to do some kind of a search on your text to see what's good, what's bad in that space. Obviously, what you also can do is if you add _CS at the end of each operator, it becomes case sensitive as well. And if you put an exclamation at the start of the operator, it becomes a negative operation of that space. So that's a pretty cool thing that I've been using in every day-to-day operations as well. Second set of string operators, there's a few, because has any, has all, which is more of like you have a list of characters that you want to look at, list of words that you want to look at. So say, for example, test1, test2, test3, test4. And you want to see if the words test2 or test5 are in the list 1, 2, 3, and 4. Yes, it would satisfy because test2 is part of that thing. So even if one of the words satisfy the condition, that's has any. Let's say you want to have has all, where you want to look into both has to satisfy the condition. For example, test2 and test5 needs to be in the list that you're giving. So test 1, 2, 3, and 4 will not satisfy the requirement because 5 is not part of that list. So that's the difference between has any and has all. The next one would be matches rejects. I'm a big fan of rejects. Some people might hate it, but I'm guilty of that. It's really, really cool thing to use rejects, especially when you're doing in security operations and you're not sure what you're exactly looking for. Rejects is a really cool thing for you to handle some logs and do some correlation. Let's say I'm not familiar with what are the numbers on the list. There's test 1, 2, 3, and 4. I'm not sure what are the numbers on the list are there, but I want to filter that list. I can just go test.star. That would mean anything that's after test, whatever is it. If it matches it, give me the whole list of that. So there's 1, 2, 3, and 4. It gives you the whole list of the words that has those specific matches in that space. The next one, extract all, is very similar to the matches rejects. But what it's going to do is you can extract just the value that is getting matched against instead of the whole word by itself. So instead of getting test 1, test 2, test 3, test 4, I'm just going to get the 1, 2, 3, and 4, the values that are getting matched on the regex. It's enclosed by a parenthesis that, as you can see on the brackets at the end, which will pull those values for you on that space. Has been handy very, very much as well. KQL's capability is really helpful when it comes to incident response with this space. One of my favorites is the graph operators, which is something I never knew when I started with the whole KQL. I thought graphs is something that you need to go outside of the KQL, like a query language, to generate some kind of visualization. But luckily, KQL has the capability to generate some visual representation as well. So all I need to do, let's say you have a bunch of different numbers, instead of just saying that New Zealand has 1,000 logins, Japan has 500 logins, United States has 200 logins or whatsoever, for me to manually calculate the percentages of it, all I can do is just do render pie chart, and it will automatically give me a visual graph of that, and it would give me the number of the percentage that's going to do that. So, which is very handy for two reasons. One, for me to visualize the number for myself, to calculate the percentage to see what's higher, what's lower. Two, when I want to generate some reports for board members or chief executives, this comes in very handy for me to show as a pictorial representation rather than giving some raw logs and numbers and stuff. So that's pretty cool as well. The second graph operator that I'm really big fan of is the time chart. I've had heaps of scenarios where we wanted to see activity, where what is the volume of the activity? Is it higher at this time or is it lower at this point? And it gives us pretty cool graph that you can draw to see that. Example graph on the diagram, on the screenshot that you can see here is on the August 1, 2, and 3, you have high spike of volume in there. But 4, 5, and 6, you can see that the volume is very, very less. And it helps you immediately find out that, cool, the volume is very less around August 4, 5, and 6. The reason is because August 4, 5, and 6 of the last year was Saturday, Sunday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. So obviously the volume would be lesser at this period of time, which makes much more sense. So these kind of a visualization factor helps us in SIEM solutions. And whenever there's an incident, to see what's the highest volume, lowest volume, what's good, what is the anomaly in that space, those kind of stuff. Apart from the pie chart and time chart, there are still heaps and heaps of other kind of charts. I think there's like line chart, there's bar chart, there's column chart, there's tree maps and everything else, which is very cool as well. But I wanted to stress these two specifically for this presentation. So we've already come up out of the normal basic operators, apart from just string search or looking for a specific IOC, to representing like a diagram or a visualization capabilities, which is something that not many people are aware of the language by itself. Let's move a little bit more advanced. Before we get into the actual functions, I want to say, what is the difference between an operator versus a function? So operators are like the preliminary capabilities in the language, and functions are a set of operators packed together, written as a code, and has been given to solve complex problems to using a simple syntax. I like to call functions as basically an operator, but with some superpowers, so it makes it easier for us to understand as well. There are built-in functions from Microsoft by themselves, which is most of the solutions will be justified with those functions. But if, let's say, you need to write your own function for a specific scenario, you can still use your user-defined functions as well. Some of the functions, people who already work on programming or development, you would see that if condition, switch cases will be handled as well. So if you want to write, if the severity is higher, so if the login is coming from New Zealand, I want you to put a severity as low. But anything that's outside New Zealand, I want to put it as high. You don't even have to go for a specific automation or something to do that condition. You can write it directly on your query language by itself. Same way, let's say if it's not like an if and else condition, it's more than one condition, like a switch case. The location is from New Zealand, I want to put it as low. If the location is from Australia, I want to put it as medium. If it's anything else, I want to put it as high. So those kind of multiple conditions, yes, you can do that on switch case as well. That is pretty cool, and I've noticed that as a very handy thing to use during times of writing detection rules as well. Another thing I've noticed is you can create MD5 and SHA-256 hashes directly on your code. So you have some kind of a file or a log analysis, like a text of whatsoever, or an email address for which you need to create a hash. You don't need to go there, online hash generator whatsoever. The language by itself has the capability to do it on the fly as well, which is a really handy capability as well. Some of the date time functions, pretty standard. You might see in other languages as well. Ago is where you want to see for the last 5 hours. Instead of specifying, again, now the time is 5 p.m., I want it from 12 p.m. or whatsoever. Instead of explicitly mentioning the time, you could say before the last 5 hours or whatsoever from the current time, it will automatically do that. Same with for date time difference. You have current time versus the old time, and you can just do a difference between that, and it's going to give you in hours or days or seconds, how much ever you want it in that space. My favorite date time function, the last two, is the UTC to local and local to UTC. on the fly. You don't even have to calculate it outside it, but the operators by itself will translate a UTC timestamp to a local timestamp. Whatever you have is your local time zone mentioned. Same way, if you have a local time zone, but you want to put it on UTC, you can do that as well, directly on the query language. So again, you don't have to get outside your query to do all these kind of magics, which is something pretty cool. Getting into the advanced functions, some of my favorites. First one is to create a GUID. I swear I used to create, every time I need a GUID, like a unique identifier, I always go to a free online GUID generator to create one so that I can use it for a specific alert assigned to it. But with KQL, you can natively create a GUID on the fly on the query by itself by using the operator new underscore GUID. Like I said, most of these keywords, most of the operators and functions you see there, it's very expressive. You don't even have to Google them or like trying to understand what they exactly do. It's self-explanatory. The second operator is parse URL. There's number of times that I've struggled with when I have a long URL where they say which one is the domain, which is a subdomain, which is a port, which is the path of it, what is the specific parameters that's being passed into it. Instead of me decoding it manually, the query by itself has an operator called parse URL. I just put in that, extend the result, and give me parse URL of that specific URL. So for example, I have a test domain of port 8080, malicious file download, user equal to test, key equal to 1 to 3, blah, blah, blah. And when I pass it on the KQL query, when the alert gets created by itself, it breaks it down for me as the fragment, the host, if there's any password on the URL, what is the path of it, what is the port in there, it automatically breaks that URL for me and gives it in a structured way for me to, from a incident response perspective. It's more good enough from a readability perspective and makes it easier for me for the investigation. Basics for encoding and URL encoding, which is, again, I used to do it outside on an online generator or online encoder, decoder kind of stuff. But whenever I see a basic decoder value, I can do it directly on the code by itself on the fly instead of taking it externally so that the data doesn't leave the log analytics workspace. So you have a long URL down there, which has URL encoded values in there. Sometimes the logs that you get from different platforms might be coming with a URL encoded value, which is hard to read sometimes with this %2f, blah, 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 stuff like that. But you can automatically decode it. And if you see the result on the bottom below, you can see that it has the learn.microsoft.com/en-us. Everything has been decoded for you in that space. Same way, we could do that for basics for encoding and decoding as well. My favorite of all of it is something I learned very recently. To be honest, I didn't even know this existed for a while. Geo info from IP address. KQL or a query language is supposed to be playing with or like to work on the logs or information that is in the database and nothing that's outside from it. Anything that is outside has to be like from a specific automation that you go reach out, get the information, enrich it, whatsoever. But the query has a capability to do that for you automatically, to collect an information about an IP address, the city, country, latitude, longitude register, and the state of that specific IP address. This is kind of like solving a sore problem directly from your KQL query. So you don't even have to build a dedicated automation to do that. Instead, earlier you need to do like a dedicated API call to an IP repetition checker, get the location of the detail, blah, 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 stuff like that. But you can do that directly on your KQL query, which is pretty mind-blowing from what I've seen as well. That's mostly from the advanced functions part. One last thing I want to stress about is there's something called a plugin, which is the highest in the hierarchy. I would say that operators, functions, and at the topmost sits the plugins. There's heaps and heaps of plugins, different types of plugins, general plugins, reshaping plugins to manipulate your data, language plugins, which is pretty amazing, where you can literally run a Python script inside your KQL query, where you can do almost anything, to be honest. You can't download packages and stuff, but all the minimal scripts that you can do should be run. And there's another one called connectivity plugin, where you can make an API call from your query. It's not just for that IP address that we spoke about, but if you have your own API endpoint or whatsoever, you make an API call, you can have authentication, authorization, whatsoever on the KQL query by itself, and that query will give you a response back, and that response could be parsed down, do some operation. Again, these are not done by any kind of an automation, but it's done directly on the query language by itself, which is a scene component. Last but not least, what I would do as a success metric for a theme and a solution is that if you have to solve a seam problem using a SOAR component as a basic problem, but using an automation or a dedicated integration that you have to build, it's really not so good. But if you are solving your own seam problems using seam components and your SOAR with your SOAR components, that's good enough. But the way I see with KQL and Microsoft Sentinel is that you're solving the SOAR problem, which is an automation requirement. It's bringing the automation capability using a seam component by itself. That's pretty mind-blowing from what I can see. So that's one of the reasons why I would say KQL is really, really amazing, and not many people know about these plugins and functions, which is what I wanted to bring it to everyone's attention, and hope that's going to be useful moving forward as well. I see I'm already on time, so any...
That was awesome. Thank you so much, mate. I actually didn't realize that KQL is so powerful. I know about it that you could use it with to query your data, and it's super cool, but you have taken it to the next level. So my question is that if someone wanted to use this tool or like learn more about it, what would they use? What do you recommend for them to actually go and read?
There's heaps of online materials around it. I believe there's Microsoft Learn materials, but the first, as a starter, I would say, is there's a must-learn KQL book. It's available free on online PDF on GitHub as well, or you can buy it on Amazon for like $10 or whatsoever. It's by Rod Trent. It's really, really amazing. If you're familiar with the basics, you can also go to the second version of the book, which is Get Advanced KQL version, which is really good. If you already have a Sentinel or a Log Analytics Workspace instance, there is an interactive workbook through which you can learn KQL as well, saying that, cool, this is what you're seeing, you can run this query and you can do this, blah, 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 all this kind of stuff. So that's a really good start. So I would start with online materials and then like a book, maybe if you want to go with the PDF or the soft copy or the hard copy, or you can go with the interactive version on the workbook by itself to play with KQL with live data.
Nice. That's great. Thank you so much, mate. That's so much. Very interesting presentation, and thank you for joining us. Really interesting topic.
Cool. Thank you.
Thank you. See you guys in a second.
Hello, we're back. Hi, Luis.
Hello, Marcel.
How are you?
Yeah, doing great. And you?
Doing well, thank you. Thanks very much for joining. I know like it's your early morning. Yeah, you make a lot of efforts. We're very interested to hear like about you, about this session. I would say the floor is yours, man. Yeah, bring it on.
Okay, thank you. It's a pleasure. It's a pleasure. So thank you, everyone. Thank you very much, everyone, for joining today's session. I'm very happy. I'm very excited to talk about this topic. So I hope you find it interesting. All right, so let's get into business because there are also other interesting sessions. So this one is about WhatsApp messaging integration in our applications with Azure Communication Services. I will talk about this topic in a minute. First, I will introduce myself. My name is Luis Beltran. I am from Mexico. I live in Czech Republic because of studies, because of my work. I am a Microsoft MVP in AI and developer technologies. And well, yeah, I'm, let's say, always looking right for some services, some ways to create maybe some solutions or integrate some services into applications. And I came across Azure Communication Services, which is a resource that you can create in the cloud that allows you to work with several communication options such as email, SMS, phone, right? And one of the also, let's say, advanced capabilities is the integration to WhatsApp. So this could be the basis maybe of some chatbot or an engaging, let's say, technology. Thank you, Daniel, for joining today's session. Yeah, a very good friend, Daniel, who is also an MVP. Thank you for joining. All right, so let's get started. Perfect. So what is Azure Communication Services? It's a service that allows you to incorporate real-time communication capabilities into your apps and systems or services that you are developing. It provides APIs, SDKs, and connected experiences to your users with your products. So you can, if you are a developer, you can integrate communication experiences. Yeah, actually, these communication services could be considered a communication platform as a service, right? CPaaS. Because you can integrate experiences such as chat, voice, video calling, SMS messaging, even Teams, right? You can connect to a call from Teams. Into, let's say, a website, right, or an application. And you can manage, let's say, endpoints that your application can connect to or invoke through a REST request. And yeah, as I said, you can connect to the communication data with services or using, let's say, bots, right? Because in the end, you can get the text and maybe integrated with an AI, right? Now that AI is used everywhere. So in the previous slide, you can see a lot of features, capabilities that support video, voice calling, messaging, and as I said, Teams even. So you can use it for applications such as B2C, where the business, the employees, the services can interact with the consumers using voice, video, as you can see in this slide, and also rich text chat. Maybe at first the user is interacting with this chatbot on a website, right? You are working with maybe this interface, but at some point you ask the bot maybe, okay, please call me because I need to show some picture about a product that is not working because maybe this is customer support. And yeah, they can join this video call in the application, right? and then they can see, and maybe the support could be better, right? So there are different scenarios, right? And as you can see, and please check that here we have a web application. This is like localhost, but you can see these, let's say, controls from Teams, right? So this is, it is possible to integrate it thanks to this technology, to Azure Communication Services. And there are a lot of samples on GitHub, so you don't have to start from scratch, right? So the idea is that this technology could be integrated into your system architecture, either as the core of just part of it, right? So it is quite helpful. I recommend you, right, to give it a try. So I think that will be almost all for theory. So let's start with one of 7 demos that I have. Let's see if I can make all of them. The first one is very simple: Azure Communication Services Resource Creation. So let's go here. Perfect. So we have the Azure portal. We can look for communication services. Let's create a new one. And okay, let's create a new resource group. Let's call it Global Azure 24 resource group. And the location, I will keep it simple for demo purposes. I would say US North Central, maybe. Resource name, let's call it Global Azure 24 ACS, and data location United States, but of course you can choose other countries or regions. You can see Asia Pacific, Australia. Unfortunately, there is no New Zealand, but okay. All right, let's click on create. Once the review is finished, yeah, it's done. So as you can see, it is very simple. And once the resource is created, you will see the different capabilities that we mentioned. One interesting one is that you can also create virtual phone numbers, because of course, sometimes you want to use this kind of numbers to communicate with your customers. You don't want, let's say, a physical SIM one, right? You prefer something digital, or yeah. So it is possible to create those, but there is a, let's say, condition. The Azure subscription must be in the pay-as-you-go scheme. I mean, you cannot use Azure trial or credits from Visual Studio subscription, because in my case, for example, mine is from Visual Studio. I can't create phone numbers, so I would need to switch it to pay-as-you-go. That's the thing. Okay, it is taking a lot of time. I'm not sure why. So I can maybe in the meantime show you what you can do with the communication service platform. Hopefully it will finish at some point. But yeah, here this is like the overview. So you can see that you can test phone calling, right? And you can even get the code in JavaScript or other languages to integrate it into your application. You can, as I said, purchase phone numbers and enable some capabilities such as SMS or voice calling. As I said, my subscription is not eligible because of it says free, but of course it is not free. It has credits, but I would say it is not free. But anyways, yeah, you could also create an email domain in order to send them, right, from your code. And you can also create a virtual account for that. Yeah, there are several features. You can also integrate it with Teams, right? Okay, now the result was created. So this was the very first, the first demo, very simple, very easy. But now, let's explore the advanced messaging capability, because this is the, let's say, main reason why we are here or in this talk. ACS has a key feature, which is advanced messaging. Right now, there is only one channel type, which is WhatsApp. And I must say it is WhatsApp business, right? So the idea is that, well, this application, which is one of the most used around the world, can help you reach your customers or be closer to them through conversations where you can send text, you can send images, and also templates. Actually, that's a rule in the recent, let's say, meta, let's say, rules, or sorry, interactions between customers and businesses, that the business must initiate a WhatsApp conversation through a template. And the template includes something like, do you want to, or welcome, do you want to receive news about our services? And if the user replies back with yes or accepts, if they opt in, then you as a business can send any type of message, free text, or even images. If the user does not reply back, you can't. It is blocked by design. So that's important to know, right? And more than that, you can even connect your channel to a webhook, to Azure Function, to Event Grid, to also like maybe save the messages that the user is sending to your business, or you can use it, as I said, as part of a bot interaction, because typically you would like some automation, some system to process what the user is saying. So yeah, we can do that. And we will try to demonstrate this, or hopefully we will cover this in our demos. So second demo, we have in ACS a sandbox to interact with a WhatsApp account. So I will demonstrate this. And here we are in our ACS, and we have advanced messaging. Let's see. So in this case, I'm going to let's scan this one, just a second. And okay, I think I got it. Not yet. Okay, now you're going to see that I'm going to send a message to connect to this sandbox. Connect, oops, CBSFN. Nice. Okay, connection is established. Maybe let me just move this so you can see both things at the same time. Now, well, I already sent a message, so I don't need to send this, but I will also explain it. As I said, there is something called templates, okay? So the template is some kind of text with variables that we can replace them. For example, maybe something, this one, order confirmation, that maybe the message is your and something, or order number, I don't know, has been placed, track order updates, and maybe we have some URL, right? So here we can, I don't know, change it, maybe, I don't know, ABC company, and let's keep that URL, right? So when I hit send, you will see that I will receive that message here. Yeah, it is here. That's the message that it was sent to the customer, and maybe I will just reply help. Nothing happens because this is not connected to anything so far. So yeah, that means the user replied. So now I can send a free form messages, right? And here I have the code that will be relevant later. This is how I can connect. I can add, let's say, integrated into some application. I would need a connection string which actually I can get from here. I can see this data, but of course it's a sensitive information, and also a channel ID. I will get this channel ID in the next demo, but this is like the communication with WhatsApp, basically. And the rest is the template like information, right? Message template text, we bind this, and finally we send it into a template notification content. There are two more notification content. One is for media and the other one is for text. So the third thing is send a message. So here we can send something. Hello from Global Azure 24 Auckland. And we hit send. And please, let's see the message. Yeah, it is here. Hello from Global Azure. Okay, and I also got some other notifications from friends. Awesome. So yeah, this was our second demo, just a sandbox. But now, let's go into more interesting things. How can we start connecting this into application? The first thing that you need to do is to connect to a new messaging channel, create a channel. This demo, I will not be able to show it fully because of the prerequisites, but I will show you where we do this. Okay, channels here. I don't have any channels in this new ACS, so I will connect to a new one. And there I choose WhatsApp. That's the only one available. Maybe later we will have more. But here are the requirements. First of all, you need your company details because this will take us to a wizard to the Meta center, Meta account center. We are going, WhatsApp is part of Meta, and that's where you are going to create a business account, and you will also need to provide some of your name information, right? But you also need a phone number. It could be a virtual one or a physical one. But this phone number must be associated to a WhatsApp business account, and there are some requirements. That number must be able to send and receive SMS. Must not be associated with a WhatsApp business account. And of course, I already prepared the demo, so my number is already associated, so I can't, let's say, do it, otherwise it will fail. Or, the number has not been associated with a WhatsApp business account. Then here it also tells you that these are the terms of use, but you should also confirm what's the terms of use from Meta. So yeah, you need to check if they comply with what you require. Here I need to select maybe a virtual phone number that I purchased or bring my own one. So I would say my own one. And here I enter my number. Of course, I select this, and then it will take me to the Facebook or Meta. I am already logged in, so then I have this wizard where these are the permissions that Azure will share from Meta. Then this wizard, I need to select my company, or create one. I select something. I already did this in Meta. Then I can create a portfolio, a profile, and also a business account. I already have one. So as I said, this probably will fail because, it says that, it is, it already detects that I have a business and also a WhatsApp account. Okay, I will just click connect maybe, or it says, let's see if I didn't break my other demos, but hopefully no. Yeah, it says actually, connected phone number do not match. But that's another reason. I just need to add this and click on next. Okay, now it says that, it's because I already, let's say, have it, let's say, connected to another account, right? So no problem. I will just show you what are the other steps. Just give me a second, please. Essentially that, right? Because as I said, I already connected it, so I cannot proceed. So I will go to the ACS that I created before. Eventually, you will be able to continue, right? And now, yeah, eventually I will have this. I need to confirm. I will receive an email, and everything will be connected. So in my ACS, I already have a channel. Just a second here. I have this channel. Yeah. Okay. If you remember in the code, I needed to provide that channel ID. Okay, so I have it. Now, the next part is that you have to create a template. And the templates are not created here. They are created in the WhatsApp Manager portal. So here in the business Facebook page, I need to create a template. Here I define the purpose, the category. I can say maybe, I don't know, marketing, product message, right? The name of it, let's call it product temp. And the languages, I will just choose English. Then this is important because, as I said, this is the starting point of the conversation. Maybe a catalog message. Okay, yeah, I need to connect a catalog. Okay, maybe I will not do this. Okay. Let's see if it allows me to create this. This is just check my products. And that's it, I think. But yeah, because I didn't have any products, probably it will not allow me, but let's see. Okay, well, okay, the template is submitted for review, and at some point it will allow me to activate it, or maybe not. It has to wait. But for example, we can check something that I already created, this one, which is about, let's say, shipment. Yeah, I could create this text. I think actually I can edit it. So here I added a text. I can add these variables. If you remember, when we tested the sandbox, we could create some variables. When you add a variable, you define the purpose of this variable. This is for shipment number. We also have something for the name of the person, and so, right? So maybe a person or customer name, maybe, no? And that's the purpose of this number one. And I can also enter examples, maybe Luis, and maybe the other one is the order number, right? So add variable. Yeah, okay, yeah, whatever. Yes, so you see what we do here in the WhatsApp, in Facebook business account. We can add buttons. You can see the appearance of your template and what is shown to the user. At some point, these templates, right, will appear here. And yeah, for example, you can see that now my third template was approved, right? And yeah, that's very, let's say, simple demo. But now that I have a demo, I can create an application, right? I can add some code to it. I will show you the code in a minute, but let's test this application. It's already prepared. So here I can provide my name. I will provide my phone number. And I will provide, first of all, a message, because I already actually, I will do this. Just a second. Start conversation. I will show you the code in a minute, but you already actually know the code because it is the same from the sandbox. Let's start the conversation, and I think I will receive the message from another number. It is here. Yeah, actually here. Yes, this is what you see. The template, right, that you saw from shipment number, and I can just answer no or yes. This is not process, no problem. Then here I will send a message. This is an update. And I could also add an image. So maybe, why not this cat? Okay, I will just send it and I will receive it here. You will see in a minute. Yeah, yes, we got it. This is an update. And maybe just text hello. And we will receive it. Yes, perfect. So what do we have here? Essentially, what you saw in the sandbox. We have some contacts for the connection string, for the channel ID. And the image that you saw, I uploaded to a storage account because the media must have a public URL. So, well, I do that in behind. This is the template that I am using, the language, because that's important. And the service has what I need, right? To send, start a conversation, basically, to send a template, right? And you get the code from the sandbox. You can send the text message with a text notification content and send me a message. This one includes the URL of my picture, right? That I uploaded to the developer storage, right? And the rest is just how you will present it. So the rest is dotted Maui code. This actually is a cross-platform application, but I am showing the desktop, but this also works for Android, right? But yeah, essentially that's that. And the last two demos, because I know that I am close to conclude the presentation. Just a second, because I'm not sure why I can. Okay, yes. The last part is that you can connect all this conversation, all this communication to an event grid viewer. So you can, let's say, track everything that is happening. Well, Microsoft provides us with this event grid viewer deployment, right? So we can deploy this solution. And what we are going to get is an event grid viewer and also this app service, which has already been tracking everything that we have received. So for example, here you will see the text. Did you? There is a text somewhere. No, it is here. Sorry. Receive this message, for example. No, or I can just refresh, and you will see that if I send a message, I will do it directly here from WhatsApp. And I will receive, yeah, here it is here, this message, hi, right? So yeah, this one is receiving everything, but we could also create an Azure function to track that. So we just subscribe to an event, right? And we can create a webhook. Actually, this one that you saw here is a webhook. This one is subscribed to the to the message received, and also the status delivery that WhatsApp is sending to Azure in this case, right? And we can create an Azure function that where we get or extract, let's say, this message. So that one, and that will conclude my presentation. I have it here. Just a second, because yeah, it's here. This is an event grid trigger. Just a second. Yeah, it is here. And in the monitor, I can see the latest messages that I sent as a customer, right? Here, the idea is that you check what the customer said, so you can process it and do whatever you want. There is a limitation because it only works with text. I wish it worked with images, so I could connect it to maybe computer vision or some other smart technology. Anyways.
No, that's a it's a great use case, yeah, that you brought in. I think like more and more companies, I think, should know about it. I think it's just the markets as well. I think like here in New Zealand, it's not that popular, but other like large countries for sure make use of that. That's really interesting. I would ask, like, if you have the source code for that, those
Yes.
samples.
Give me a second because it's already on GitHub. I will share it in the private chat, and then you can share it to the audience. Give me a second because I have it here. It is here. Yes. So feel free to share it. I appreciate if anyone raises an issue, checks it, improves it. Feel free to do that.
Oh, awesome. Thanks, Luis. Yeah, appreciate your time and just
It was a pleasure.
share like this awesome session, right?
Yeah,
I think
we had fun, and I think that's the best part. So enjoy the rest of the event. Thank you for having me, and also thank you to everyone who was here in the chat.
Cool.
Enjoy the rest of the event.
Cheers.
Hello, everyone, and we are back here with a good friend of ours, Indira. I think you're on mute, Indira.
Yeah.
Hello, yeah, so thank you for joining us, and nice to see you again. And I know that you're going to talk about a really interesting topic, which is Microsoft Fabric. Everybody wants to learn more about it. We already had a session today talking about how to save money and using Fabric. And then now you will be speaking to us about end-to-end solution. So that's really exciting. So thank you for joining us. And yeah, without further ado, the stage is yours.
Thank you, Ahmed. Okay, so let me start off with my presentation. So today I'll be presenting on Microsoft Fabric, an end-to-end solution. It'll be mostly demo-based. And a little bit about me. I have a master's degree in statistics and have been in the data space for about 20 years now. And I'm a Microsoft Data Platform MVP. And during my pastime, I have a passion to teach kids all about technology. And I have floated a charitable trust called Kids Tech Charitable Trust. That's a little bit about me. And then you have my contact details over here if you want to contact me. Okay, so let's first see what the agenda is for today. I'll just little bit, maybe 2 minutes cover what Fabric is, what the components are, and then I'll go straight into the demo. So Microsoft Fabric is mostly they are calling it as the data analytics in the age of in the era of AI. Over the past 2 years, Microsoft has undertaken a complete revamp of the data analytics workflow, resulting in the creation of Fabric. And then it represents the seamless integration of all the data engineering, data science, and other platforms, data warehousing platforms. It's a complete analytics platform. Everything is unified here and SaaSified. and it is lake centric. So you have the concept of one lake and one copy. It's similar to the OneDrive of your OneDrive for Business, these which we are all using these days. And it has been created to empower every business user, because it has a familiar and intuitive interface, and also it is built into the Microsoft 365 platform, and you can directly go from data ingestion to the insights. And it is also AI powered, so it has your co-pilots, and so that you can even people who don't have much knowledge on coding can create these experiences in Fabric. And if you look at the architecture of Fabric, so you have this one lake. The concept of oneness is really is fundamental to this platform. So with Fabric, there will be one shared computer cost per capacity, one shared governance model across all the products that are the data factory, data engineering, data warehouse, your Power BI, and data science and real-time analytics, and data activator. So it covers the entire analytics process, from data ingestion using the data factory to your transformations with the data engineering function, and then your storage in the data warehouse, and everything works smoothly and is automatically optimized, ensuring a streamlined experience for developers and business users. So that's the 2 minutes on what Fabric is. Now let's get into the demo. But before we go into the demo, I'm just going to share what are we going to do here. So what we are going to prepare, first create a lake house, and then load data into the lake house using the data flow gen 2. And then if possible, I'll show you the build dimensional model. If there is no time, I'll just show what the model that I have built earlier, and also automatically create a report with quick create. So those are the 3 things I'm planning to show. But before that, we'll just cover the prerequisites. So what you need to do is you need to have a Fabric enabled in your organization. So when you go into the admin portal of Fabric, that needs to be enabled, and that can be enabled by a Power BI administrator or a Fabric administrator, as it is called these days. And you can sign up for a free trial for 60 days. So, and also you need to have a Fabric workspace. So now, without further ado, we will just go into the demo part. So I'll just share my screen back again. Okay, can you see my screen? The browser. I'm on a browser.
Yeah, we can see your screen.
Yeah, I'm on a browser. So in order to get into Fabric, you just need to type the fabric.microsoft.com, and that's what I have typed here. And you see a similar experience, similar screen, which is very similar to your Power BI. So you can see, or you can explore all these experiences: your Power BI, data factory, data activator, industry solutions, data engineering, data science, data warehouse, and real-time analytics. Now what we are going to explore today is the data engineering part. So I can just click here, or you can just click on the Microsoft Fabric logo here. And once you click on that, you will see all these experiences that you can create. So I'm just going to go into the data engineering, and once you click on that, you will get this Synapse Data Engineering homepage, where you can create all these new things: new lakehouse, notebook, environment, Spark job definition, data pipeline, import notebook, or use a sample. And what I'm going to do today is I'm just going to create a new lakehouse. So I can just go, because there is new here, I can just go create a lakehouse, and I want to name it as Global Azure Lakehouse. And then I'm creating that. Okay, so now this has created a new lakehouse. So what lakehouse has is it's a combination of data warehouse and a data lake. Data lake is will hold the files, so you have the files here. Since this is a new lakehouse and there is nothing there, you can't see anything if you click on these two. So now what we are going to do is we are going to get some data into the lakehouse. So if you go into the lakehouse, you can create a data flow. So and also you need to make sure that it's Fabric workspace. So my lakehouse is in Fabric workspace, and the lakehouse that I have created just now, where has it gone? Global Azure. Okay, let's create a data flow, and then data flow gen 2, and then we'll associate that lakehouse that we have just created. So this opens a Power Query, which is very familiar to all the Power BI users. So here what we need to do is I have a CSV file which I want to import. So I just click on this import part, but you can either use a SQL, or you can use a lot of connectors. I think there are almost 200 connectors now. So I have a local file, so I'll upload the file, which is the dimension customer, and then just wait for a bit. And once that is done, I just go into and click next. And now you can preview the data here. So what it has is it has customer key, customer ID, customer name, and then bill to customer and category, all these columns here. It is showing the first 200 columns as the preview. And now I'm going to create the data flow. Now once that is created, you can associate the lakehouse for this particular data flow gen 2 by clicking here where there is data destination. So if you click on that plus there, you can choose the lakehouse. You can either choose Azure SQL database or Data Explorer or warehouse. I'm going to choose a lakehouse. Once that is done, you can edit the connection here if you want to. And then I'm just going to click on the next. So here in the Fabric workspace, I can see only these lakehouses. I think the previous lakehouse I must have created in, I must have created in my workspace. So I won't, because that is not a Fabric workspace, Fabric capacity workspace. So I'll just go and choose something. Maybe I'll just choose this CHCH demo as my lakehouse, and then I'm going to click next. And then I'm just going to save the settings. And then I'll just publish it. So once you publish, it starts refreshing. See, this data flow 4 is what I have created, and it is starting to refresh. By the time while that is refreshing, I'll just go into this lakehouse which I have created earlier, which I have associated the the table, the data that with this location. So but these are already existing tables. So this lakehouse has dim customer, dim date, dim employee, dim product, and dim store, and fact. There is a fact as well. So now what you can do is just we'll wait until it refreshes. So let's go back in here and go back to Fabric Workspace. Yeah, looks like it has refreshed. No, it's still refreshing. So, okay, might take a couple of minutes. Okay, so yeah, it has finished now. It has come, the refresh time has come. So now what we can do is we can just go into the we can go into the SQL endpoint. Once you create the lake house, you get two you can access this via two types. One is the semantic model, which is nothing but the Power BI data set. I'm just trying to open this one. Okay, this is the power, which is the default. When you open the lake house, it opens as a semantic model, but you can also query with SQL endpoint. So you can either click on this and then run a SQL query, or you can just write. See the new table that we have created. It has this is the table that is created just now, which is the dimension customer one, which we have which we have imported. So what I want to do is I just want to right click on and create a new SQL query. You can do it like this, or you can create a query called new SQL query, and then I'm just going to create the new SQL query, and then you can view the records. So you can, I'm at the moment viewing the top 100 records of the dimension. You can also write a SQL query called select sum of or maybe we can do just a count of, because there is no fact, looks like. So count of customer ID, and then let's group it by category from dimension. So we can copy this one, and then group by category, and then you can run this query, and then you will get the customer ID is okay, it must be customer key. Okay, when I run this one, you will get the
It is the select that's incorrect.
oh
Yeah.
yeah,
Just
thank
heads up.
you. Thank you. Yeah. Okay, so I think it's case sensitive, looks like. Let's copy this. Yeah, so it is running, and then you get the records. Okay, so only one category. I just wanted to just show you the capability of the SQL query, and there is something called new visual query as well. So let's do that. You can build a query using so you can drag your tables here. Let's say you have that, and then you can maybe, let's link the product to maybe one. Let's pick that, and then you can link those two. You just want to choose columns. Let's say we don't want all the columns, we just want product name and product description. And from here, we want only, sorry, we want to choose columns, and then you can just choose maybe sales quantity or sales amount. Let's say sales amount. So you can, and then link the, you can go and view SQL from here. Okay, so this is you can edit the script as well, and then it will give you the script's name as table, and then you can join. You can join from join. Actually, this should go here. So you can go from Visual Query to the fact online sales. Yeah, so it will give you that. Not sure. As fact. Join on. I think this has product key. So fact dot product. I think time is getting. I think we have only 8 minutes. So yeah, you get the capability, right? So you can do that, and then once you have the, I'll go back to the workspace, and then I'll just go here, and from the lake house, what you can do is you can you have this explore this data. You can either choose explore this data or auto create a report. So because I have the for some reason it is not creating. Okay, it's something is coming. So you can auto create the report, and then you can visualize that, or what you can do is you can create a new semantic model. So I can go here, just checking whether something is getting. Okay, so in the, from the lake house, you can okay, you are in SQL. So if you go into lake house, so you have to change or toggle your view from the SQL endpoint to lakehouse, and then you will see the semantic model, and then from the, you can create the new semantic model, and then include only those that you want to include, and then give a name, and then just confirm, and then that will create a new semantic model, and from there you can create a auto create the report. This should work, but I'm not sure why it is not working. Oh, this is just explore data. So while this is getting created, I'm going to check why this is not working. So where is my Fabric workspace? Okay, so from here, I'll try and create auto create report. Let's see. have a connection to the server. Okay, so now this has created a semantic model, but we need to create the model here. So customer key goes into customer. So this one goes into customer. Okay, I'm creating a customer key from dim customer so that is, and then dim delivery date or date key. We can say date key can go to date key. This should have been automatically created, but yeah. Okay, you can also create like this. So new relationship, dim date key to fact online sales date key, save. So let's just create those two, dim date and dim customer. We have only 4 minutes, so now we can create the, from the semantic model we can create a report using that. So you can just go new report and then choose this semantic model. Okay, so now see from here, so with that semantic model you can create, let's say for example, a card where sum of sales is sales amount is. So you can start creating your Power BI. So Power BI report. So everything is done from within Fabric. That is what I wanted to show you. For some reason, auto create didn't work, but yeah, that's what I wanted to show. If there are any questions.
There are no questions for now, but we really appreciate your time and appreciate the presentation. I have seen a lot of great comments. Tracy here saying, I appreciate the insightful presentation you provided
Thank
here
you.
in data.
Thank
So
you.
that was a really great presentation. And yeah, so like really appreciate your time and then the presentation taking people. Wait here saying it's a great preparation for the exam. So
Oh
that's
yeah.
really cool. Yeah. So thank you so much, Indira. We really
No
appreciate your
worries.
time and joining us and all the sharing your expertise here. Appreciate
Thank
it.
you. See you.
See you. Yeah.
All right.
So
All right. So
that's
we got it. Like it's been a day and awesome
that's a wrap.
sessions.
Wow. Yeah, I
Yeah.
know. I know. Yeah. Awesome session. Thanks so much, Tracy, for joining us and all the kind comments and questions. And yeah, I know a lot of topics, a lot of interesting details. Everyone came here and shared their expertise. So many things we listened to today: GitHub Copilot, AI, LLM, Ops, um, CI/CD, pipelines, application configuration. I don't want to forget anyone for the WhatsApp messaging. Yeah, every single presentation from all our friends here. So the AVM, the KQL, everybody.
It's been a full day. Like I think like lots of learnings. And I have like my pen in here, so I just take like notes on things that like I really considering like to use or explore. I took like a lot of notes. And yeah, it's been like really great to see like the community. Like this is organized by the community to the community, right? So
Yes.
Ahmed, right, coming from the Aotearoa user group in Azure user group. I'm coming from Coding Nights. We have like other organizers, as I mentioned, like we had like the Rory Braybrook. Also like we had like Luke Murray, also like helping. And yeah, it's been lots to organize that, and I really appreciate like you, like the audience, really to join us like this Saturday. I think it was a really good matchup with the weather here in Auckland.
Yes,
Just like a rainy day. There
yes,
was
it
a
is.
storm over there, right? But
I
yeah,
know. Yes, it was. It was. No, it was a really great session, and like you said, a lot of things actually I'm now motivated to go and learn about. Every session was all interesting, and we all learned something new today. So that is super cool. Thank you everyone for joining us. Thank you for the speakers also for sharing their time and expertise. And yeah, see you guys soon. And thank you so much. Thank you,
thank you very
Marcel.
much. Yeah, we catch up next, like on the Azure Aotearoa user group or coding night. And well, have a great evening on Saturday, the remaining hours here in New Zealand. And if you're like part of the rest of the world, continue on Global Azure, right? Because sessions are still happening. It goes like, well, here in our time zone, this is the last day, but it goes like other countries. So you still have like more like to
Yeah,
come.
the Australia one. I've seen like a German one I think in Canada and in the US. So yeah, a lot of sessions. Just go to globalazure.net and then you'll see every single session. A lot of people from all over the world. So thank you for being part of this.
Thank you very much. Well, catch you guys next and keep in touch.
Yeah, thank you guys.
All right.
See ya.
See ya.